Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stubfield. Order filled. Order filled. We have got a huge announcement.
Tommy, you want me to tell him?
Should I tell it?
No, I'll tell him.
No, let me tell it.
We'll both tell him at the same time. You ready?
Saturday, February 10th,
Me and Big Tommy Buns.
we will be at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada.
One show, February 10th, 2024.
Bert Kreischer and me, the two bears.
Presale starts Wednesday at 10 a.m.
And the code word is bears.
Use the code BEARS to get your tickets before general on sale starts this Friday at 10 a.m. This show will sell out.
Bert Kreischer and I together.
If you're coming to the big game, bet on your team now and bet on your boys. We will see you there. I can't wait.
This week on Two Bears, One Cave. Chicks yell out, me, Tom, too, at my shows. But when we turn the lights on, they look like a basset hound.
Oh, you're never gonna be able to perform in Atlanta again. Promise?
Wow. Like HBO is like, are you trans and missing a limb? Like,
I've had my nipple bitten. Women will ask, like, can I grab your...
I think we have very different fan bases.
I'll trade you.
100%. Cheers.
Normally, when you tune in, you're horrified to see my co-host and his disgusting face. But today, we have a treat for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the very handsome Matt Rife.
We have a studio audience?
There's an audience here, man.
What? Oh, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. We were talking, and you're like, I thought we were podcasting.
Did we talk for like 20
I know.
minutes before this?
I know. No, I'm super excited that you're here. It's been, I guess it's obvious to say, but it's probably been a pretty wild ride for you in the last. When did things like really change? Because I remember. Okay, I'll tell you, like, 'cause it's always from different perspectives. I remember, like, I was in a vehicle on tour, and my photographer was in the back, and he goes, you know Matt Rife? And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, you seen like his crowd work? And I was like, no. He's like, you haven't seen the clips? And I was like, the fuck are you talking about? I had no idea what he was talking about. And he's like, here, check this out. So he sends me a clip, and I was like, yeah, it's really good. And then I look, and it says like 19 million views. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
And then it was like, I looked at the next one, and it said like 25 million views. I was like, what is going on? Like, it was an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like one of those things. It's like somebody points something out, and I just started to
see it
hear.
everywhere.
I started to hear your name more. People will be like, oh, you do, stranger, you do comedy? Do you know Matt Rife? I was like, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Meanwhile, you've been on Netflix like 4 times.
Well, it wasn't even that. It's like, oh, they keep mentioning his name. And then I saw, like, I think I went to your page, and I had seen you announce, I think, your millionth follower on Instagram or something like that.
Okay.
Like, I saw it, like, maybe like scrolled down a little bit. I was like, oh. And then it was like 2 million, 3 million. I was like, this jump is like very, very, it's growing in the TikTok thing. So like your life a year ago, let's say August, September of last year, has this already begun? I'm trying to figure out.
No, it was August of last year was the first time that like I started to get a bit of a following when people would start to come out to a show. July of last year, so 13 months ago, I was maybe profiting $150 to fly myself out to do a one-nighter in Philly that like 80 people would show up to.
A year ago.
Yeah.
See, this is the part of it that like when we were texting a little while back about all the stuff going on.
Yeah.
I was like, don't lose your mind. Don't go don't flip out, because it feels like the craziest thing for me is the rate at which, not that it's happening.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so fast.
Oh, incredibly.
It's so fast,
You want to grab all of it while you can. It's so scary because I still feel like in 2 months from now, I'm back to begging people to please come see me at a one-nighter in the middle of nowhere.
Which is the normal way to, everyone can't believe it's happening. But
yeah,
most of the like ascent, like the growth for people is like this very gradual, you know what I mean? Like I remember, like it's not like that for everybody, but like I remember for me, like the first time I realized that it happens differently for people, because you only know your own path, right? So like, I had a special come out. I shot one in 2013, came out in 2014, and it came out like March of that 14.
Was your first special with Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
So it was like 2014. It comes out. By the end of the year, I'm selling out clubs. I was like, oh, this is rad. But it's like, that's what it was.
Yeah.
The next year starts, and I'm doing rock clubs. And I do that for like a tour. Like,
well, can I ask this? When you first started to sell out the comedy clubs for a weekend,
Yeah.
in your mind, were you like, oh, I've made it? Like, this is the epitome of what I needed to be in my career.
I was so excited that was happening, right? Like I was like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm like 34, 35 or something. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm finally getting like, like a check that you're like, oh, I can actually do something with this. I think I was like you, where I was like, book it all, like book everything.
Yeah.
And I was also doing the thing where I would go book you learn that like agents hate booking one-nighters like at clubs and stuff. They're like, just do the weekend. But sometimes I would be like, yo, this is like fucking Lafayette.
Yeah.
Like, I go, just give me one night. And they would go like, nah, they don't want to do it. And you realize why, because the club goes, we don't want them for a night. We want them for like 3 nights.
Yeah.
But I would insist, like, I want to do that. And then I go, on the next night, put me in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Yeah, route it all together.
Route it all together. And they were like, what? Because I was like, I can get 100% or close to it of all these one-nighters and route together this week that makes it worth it. And then they go, oh, it becomes undeniable because you go, it all worked.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it at first. They just want you to, they want because the club goes, put them here, Cleveland, 3 nights, 6 shows.
He's here for the weekend.
That's it. That's all they want to do. It's like, it's easier for them. Right?
Yeah.
That if you do one night, then who are we going to get for the other night? So it's because this whole thing. But like, it was like this gradual thing. And then after the Rock Clubs tour, I did another special. It comes out, and then I'm moving into small theaters. At the same time for that second special, I remember I ran into Ali Wong, and her first special came out, which was a monster special. Monster special. It did bananas numbers. And so she went from, I'm not selling tickets. And I didn't realize this first. She was like, hey, like, can I ask you some questions? I was like, yeah. I was like, so here's what's going to happen. Because I'm going from my experience. I was like, you'll probably start to like sell out clubs, and then you move into, like maybe like theaters. And she's like, yeah, I'm doing like Union Hall in New York. I was like, oh, that's great. She's like, I'm doing like 9 shows there. I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't think that we should. I'm not the person to give you advice. I think we have a different thing going on. I was like, what the fuck? She was like, yeah.
Dude, she exploded, man.
Exploded. I
Now
mean,
she's up for like multiple Emmys for her new show.
I mean,
It's
her,
insane.
yeah, and her people don't know that, like, so Allie she's open about it, so I'm not revealing. So she doesn't like huge venues.
Really?
No. So like, she could do like a bunch of arenas. When she did San Francisco,
Yeah.
which is her hometown, she they were like, hey, do the Oracle Arena. She was like, fuck no. She did, the Masonic. It's an awesome theater. She did 19 there.
19?
Yeah. Or like in LA.
Too many.
I know. She's like, no, she just parks. She's just like, I'll just take the family and hang out there for 3 weeks.
Jesus. Well, that's I guess that if you're just using it as a
But she likes-
residency,
yeah,
you can,
she's
you can
exactly.
space it out. Did
But
she
she
do
also
19
likes-
in a row?
I mean, like over the
God
course of like
damn.
probably a few days off. Wiltern in LA, great venue. 14, 15, yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, you're like, just do the fucking Staples. And she's like, no, because she doesn't like the show, which I get. Like, she's like, she's done big one. She's like, she doesn't even like 5,000 seaters. She's like,
See, I like the both extremes. I like a comedy club, and I like the bigger arenas. The in between is not my comfort zone for sure, because it's just intimate enough
yeah,
that people will still yell out shit. In
Right.
my experience, the bigger theaters, like a 5, 6, 7,000 one,
Yeah.
is big enough that nobody wants to look fucking stupid by
That's
trying
true.
to yell out and ruin
That's
the show.
very
Or
true.
they know they're so far away, they don't want to ruin it.
yeah,
And comedy clubs, I like it because it's so intimate that like I can dive into some crowd work if I
Of
really
course.
want to do it.
yeah. So how are you? Okay, we got a little sidetracked. No. So this is like less than a year. What are you feeling like with going from I'm making $150 to fly for a one-nighter to everybody knows your name, everybody's saying it. You announce a tour that sells out in 48 hours. I mean, you're turning down attitude. Like, what does it feel like?
It feels fucking exhausting, to be
Yeah.
honest. It's the first time in my life that I ever had to realize, like, be careful what you wish for.
Right.
Because the reality can be so much harder than what you think your dream scenario is going to be.
Sure.
It doesn't feel real at all.
Right.
It feels like I'm getting a lucky experience.
Right.
Which sucks a little bit. Like, I definitely don't get to enjoy it as much as I feel like I should
You're not
be.
like sitting in it yet, though.
No,
too.
it
It's
doesn't. It
all,
doesn't
like-
feel like
yeah.
all of my friends are like, dude, you did the thing.
Yeah.
You made it.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as you don't fuck up,
Right.
you're not gonna have to worry about money for the rest of your life. You're gonna be fine.
pretty crazy.
You'll be able to at least do comedy clubs for the rest of your life, no matter how bad it goes.
It's kind of I think about that all the time.
Really?
All the time. I mean, like I told my agent, I'm like, if I can stay, because I know that like the upper end of it, which is like the arena stuff that I'm doing, is a window. Like you don't do arenas for 20 years. It's a window.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe I get to do it a couple cycles, like a couple tours. I'm like, if I can stay in theaters for the rest of my career, meaning I'm like 60 and I call them and I go, hey, can you book like these theater markets?
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a fucking 1,200 seat or something. Like, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
that would be amazing.
Yeah, you can't stay at the top forever. Is also another thing we were talking about off air. Ralphie May would always say to me all the time. He used to say he used to reference Dane Cook all the time. He used to say like you can't live at the mountaintop forever.
No.
Eventually you do have to go down, and that's why you have to be nice to everybody you meet on the way up. That's why you
true.
have to be grateful for all the experiences you have on the way up, and try to enjoy it because exactly. It's that moment is only for a window. You're not
It's a
going to be there
window.
forever.
I mean, some windows obviously last longer.
Yeah.
And I think that like, I'm super grateful just to have experienced what I've experienced and be able to work at that level. But part of your brain is also like, oh yeah, like even like a Kevin Hart stopped doing 2 arena shows.
Yeah.
He does 1.
Yeah.
And you go like, oh, but it's like that's a reduction in his workload and all like.
Well, quality of life I've learned has become like way more.
The fact
important.
that this just happened for you and you're this young and you were able to go, I'm turning down one of these added show requests says like it's a very wise thing that you're able to do at this stage.
Well, I've been so lucky to get so much good advice. Like I was with Chappelle in Yellow Springs at his summer camp that he does out there, and we were talking about my tour, and he was just like he was giving so many kind words. And one thing he did say in all the tour dates we had is he said, "Remember, pigs get slaughtered. He goes, you don't have to do everything all right now." He goes, "If this is gonna be your longevity, you have to take care of yourself and do it when you need it." He goes, if you can do 20 theater shows, you can do 20 6 months from now. You can do 10 now, 10 6 months from now.
But none of us want to hear that when it's said
No,
to us
of course.
the first time.
Of
I was
course.
the same way. Everybody said the same thing. Here's how bad it is. I was saying that to other people. And I was like, man, you fucking pigs get slaughtered. And then I would sign up for the opposite.
Oh, you fuck.
Yeah, because because like it's so hard to like here's the thing, they get you too, dude. Like they get you. Meaning like you have your like, this is what I'm doing. And it's just like the offers come to you and you're just like, I remember like what they'll do too is they work back a week.
Yeah.
So like they're like, how about Thursday, Friday, Saturday, like Nashville, Charlotte, Raleigh. And you're like, that sounds like a great week. And then they go, Wednesday. There's
Greensboro's got a small
there.
arena right
It's
down the
right
street.
there. You want to do Wednesday?
That's exactly
And you're like,
how it works.
Yeah, you go, yeah. And then they go, Tuesday. Richmond is like not far from Greensboro. And you go, okay. And then
Now
they
you have
go,
a Monday off.
And then they go, Monday. And so you go, oh. And then you look and you're like, oh, I've done that 10 times now?
Yeah.
So now you're just doing full weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how it.
But I'm lucky enough now that I have like my moral bases covered. Like we're closing on getting my mom a house this week. So like that's just stuff.
How exciting is that?
It's incredible, except for my mom doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Really?
When I call,
Does she know about the house?
Oh yeah, she knows about the house, and I wish my
Is
biggest
it in
mistake.
Ohio?
No, God no, Georgia.
Okay. God, no.
No. Once my grandpa passed away, I was like, we have to get everyone the fuck out of Ohio, so I never have to go back here ever again.
Oh, you don't like Ohio?
I don't like Ohio, but funny enough, I like Atlanta worse than any part of Ohio.
You like?
I told her I told her if she moved anywhere close to Atlanta, I'd never come visit her.
Yeah, I think I saw just scrolling. I saw a clip of you shitting on Atlanta.
Yeah, dude, fuck that place. And people were like, "Oh, you never gonna be able to perform in Atlanta again." Promise?
Wow.
Then drive to Athens or Savannah if you want to see me.
So Atlanta is your now. Did you shoot there? Is that why you hate it? Did you?
No, I lived there for.
Oh, you lived there.
I lived there for the summer between my junior and senior year of high school. My first manager owned a comedy club down there.
Oh.
And he found me on Twitter. It's this long story. So that summer I had off. Obviously, I had no plans for the summertime. I took a Greyhound down to Atlanta, and I would just sleep on comics' couches down there over the summer and do like 9 to 15 shows a week at this club. Like he would just put me on
club was
every show. The Uptown Comedy Corner.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
Now I'm trying to think of because I did. what was the famous longest running kind of club there? It was
Punchline?
Punchline.
Yeah.
And then I did that like
Laughing Skull?
Laughing Skull.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did
Those
that
are
a few
great
times.
venues. This
Yeah, yeah.
was nothing like those. This was like the premier black comedy club in the
Oh,
country. Like
I
it was
got
one of the
you.
most feared rooms in the world.
Uptown.
Oh yeah. So to
Yeah.
be a white comic was like the worst thing you could be.
Yeah.
Like people would take out their keys and jingle them
Yeah.
at you. Like it was an intense experience. But
fucking-
it made you ready for fucking anything.
Anything. Yeah, yeah.
And black crowds are the best comedy audiences in the entire world.
remember
because
in
it's a
LA
real respect.
Doing the Comedy Union,
Oh yeah.
which was a black club on Pico.
Did you ever go to the J Spot by the airport?
I did another black club. I don't know if it was like closer to downtown, but I forget the name of it. It was like a little room.
Was it Garrett Morris?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. What was that place called?
Garrett Morris's Comedy Club.
That's-
It was like in a homeless shelter in downtown
It
LA.
was. Yeah.
You would have to go up like 9
I
stories
did
of
Garrett's
steps or some
Club,
shit.
and I did the Union a lot. I remember doing the Union regularly.
I got my first TV credit ever was from performing there. I did BET's Comic View when I was 17.
Jesus.
And the show got canceled right before my episode.
Yeah,
so
really?
it never even aired.
I did BET once too.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
It was called One Mic Stand. It was the follow up to that. And we are supported by DraftKings. UFC fans, we've got a good one going down this weekend with Makhachev and Oliveira in a rematch. I've partnered up with DraftKings to bring you all an exciting new offer right now. New customers who sign up using the promo code BEARS and bet just $5 on any of this weekend's matches will receive $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's right. New customers will instantly receive $200 in bonus bets when they bet just $5 on any of this weekend's fights. Stay in on the action and use your $200 in bonus bets on DraftKings. Same fight parlays for a shot at an even bigger payout. Combine multiple bets together from the same fight, including numbers of rounds and method of victory. DraftKings is the only place where you can bet same fight parlays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers use promo code BEARS and bet just $5 on any wager and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's promo code BEARS only at DraftKings.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Do you ever feel like your brain is getting in its own way? You'd think it's your brain. You'd think you guys would be on the same page with just about everything. But all of a sudden your brain's like, hey man, I got some ideas. And you're like, whoa, bro, whose team are you on? You know what you should do. You know what's good for you. But you just can't do it. You can't pull the trigger. I had a conversation with a dude going through this immediately. I told him what I'll tell you right now. Therapy helps you figure out what's holding you back so you can work for yourself instead of against yourself. I've been in therapy for a very long time. I definitely have what I used to say was a broken brain. It's just got its nooks and crannies. It is a brain that it forces me to be creative. And sometimes that creativity or that muscle that it uses can get in my way. And I elaborate on that in therapy. I help work that out in therapy. The more I talk about it in therapy, the less it lands on me heavy. And if you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire. You can get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Make your brain your friend. Bro, can you guys offer that as a t-shirt, BetterHelp? Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/bears today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/bears.
Dude, here's the worst part about it. So we're backstage, and it's a mix of people. The audience is all black, but the comics, there's like, I think there's 10 of us taping. Probably 6 black dudes and chicks, and then like 4 white people. And the first 3 comics that go up are black and eat the biggest bowl of dog shit that I've ever seen. So we're like, fuck. I mean, like, they came off sweating with like a scared look.
To be
in their
fair, they
face.
sweat during a good set.
That's true. That is true. They had towels and stuff, you know. But I was like, holy shit. Because also at a taping, you're like, it's added pressure. You're
it's
nervous.
nerve-wracking, yeah.
And you're watching, you're like, wait, the black comics are bombing here? Like, we're going to fucking die, you know?
Do you remember
And
who
then-
else was on it with you? white comic wise.
Well, I remember that. Is her name Paula Bell? Paula.
Yeah, Paula Bell. I believe so. Yeah.
Look up Paula Bell. Is that?
If it's who I'm thinking of, she's a beast. I've seen her murder.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she goes up there. Man, I will never forget this. She's just like all of us watched 4 people eat shit. I mean, really eat shit. And she goes up there and is like, fuck you to this crowd and murders.
She's Bernie Mac's it.
She absolutely. And she murders, and I'm next. So I get the benefit of essentially it's almost like having, you know, in this scenario, like somebody open and get the show going. And I was like, can we get me out there right now?
Of course.
And they were like, yeah. And then I got out there and had like, you know, a good set. And I was like, but she's the one that flipped the room. Like she flipped the room.
Oh, I love that.
And Kevin Hart was the host.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And it was like, he was, you know, on his way. It wasn't like who he is today, but you saw like how charismatic this dude was.
Yeah.
And, you know, he had like, he had that thing that people talk about movie stars like Tom Cruise having where like he talks to you and you're like, oh shit. Like,
Just captivating.
so engaged with you.
Yeah.
Remember I said it before. He was like, oh, he's like, everybody's talking about you, man. And I was like, really? Like, I was like, no one's fucking talking. What are you talking about?
Shut up.
But he was like, you're selling you on it. You're like, oh, cool. Like he just, you know,
so cool. I'm
sold
glad.
you on it.
I'm happy to know he's always been nice. I've met him a
Super nice.
handful of times, and he has always been so kind to me.
So nice. Yeah.
Oh man, I love that you did BET.
Yeah.
My mom has never I don't think registered any of my like career achievements. I don't think.
Yeah.
When I got BET, she was like, "Oh, that's is it a TV thing?"
Is it
and I was like,
TV?
"Yeah, we
You're
don't
like,
have that
"Yeah,
channel."
We don't have it.
And then I did MTV, and it was a black show as well with Wild 'N Out.
Oh
and
yeah.
She was like,
what was that like? Is that?
It was.
I remember that show like kind of on the periphery. Like I wasn't watching the show, but it was like, you know, it's part of
yeah,
pop culture.
It's like ridiculousness now. Like it's
Yeah.
always on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was the first real thing that put me on the map for my career, and it was the best learning experience I could have gone through because I had no idea how TV worked whatsoever, and I didn't know how competitive being on set was. So being around all these comics who were like great improvisers and great stand-ups and rappers and everything just threw me into such an uncomfortable environment. Like I was forced to learn shit like really fast and really well in order to even have an opportunity to get on an episode.
Yeah.
Because that show is like, it's like an NBA roster. Well, more like an NFL roster where there's, you know, 12 cast members per episode, but there's like 25 cast members. So you're like competing for episodes basically. And my role on there was like the white guy, obviously.
yeah.
And oh my God, I was so miserable because everyone has their role on there. If there's a gay dude, you're only doing gay jokes. If you're a white dude, you're only doing
gay,
white
dude.
jokes.
Yeah.
I was just lucky to not be the gay dude. And I remember like my second season was going really well on there, and everybody kept coming up and be like, "Oh man, you about to be like the next Gary Owen," and I was like,
Another Ohio guy.
who I fucking love. Gary
Yeah.
Owen is a beast.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
a good friend, a fucking awesome comedian.
Yeah.
But it's a very niche lane that I knew I didn't want to just do.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just perform
the
for black
black comedy,
audiences.
yeah.
I've always prided myself on being trying to be for
But
everybody.
did you? Because it sounded like with the Atlanta stuff, were you like primarily doing black crowds?
Yeah.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, I grew
So-
up doing just that.
So then your comedy naturally start to play to black crowds because like you're conditioning
But
yourself
that was
there?
just because of my personality. When I grew up, was all with black friends.
Oh, I got you.
Like
Okay.
all of them growing up was black.
Okay.
I've always been far more comfortable around black people than I ever have been with white
Really?
people. White people suck so bad, dude. We're so annoying. We're not fun at all.
That's very true.
It's
Yeah.
so frustrating.
I know. I can't get any more black people here, but it's true. They're a lot of
In
fun.
Austin, are you trying to bring them down here?
Well, here at the office, we have one. It's fine, but I mean,
I haven't seen one since I've been in here, actually.
he's in the booth. We
I
try
see
to
a
keep him.
painting.
Yeah, there's another one. That counts. The painting. So I guess we have 2. Don't. And enough with the paintings. Let's not go to 3.
Yeah,
So
how many paintings do you have in here?
there's a number of paintings.
Are they all people you know?
People we've shown, highlighted. I don't know if I know them all. I don't know if I want to meet them all.
I wanted to ask, actually,
Yeah.
what's the record behind you?
Gary Clark Jr.
Who is Gary Clark Jr.?
Really?
Yeah. Who is that?
Man. He's a very, very talented guitar player, singer, rock star.
Like currently?
Currently here, lives in Austin.
Then
from
shout
us.
out to
Gary
Well,
Clark
Gary
Jr.
Clark Jr.
Also,
Yeah.
just so you know, black.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God.
Yep.
Can you get him in for the studio?
I would love to. I would love to have Gary Clark Jr. here. Yeah.
Have you had any musicians on the show yet?
Have we had musicians on the show? There he is. There's Gary Clark Jr.
Oh yeah,
He
he's
fucking
black.
rips, dude. Like if you see this guy play guitar,
Is he from here in the South?
is he from here? I don't know if he's from here. He lives here.
The name does sound familiar.
No, he's badass, dude. He's won Grammys and like he's
What music do you predominantly listen to?
predominantly
Yeah.
probably hip hop.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you ever go old?
Old?
Yeah.
Like how old?
Like I'm really big.
Your
like,
old might be just my current.
Yeah, touche. I think like I'm a huge like 50s through 80s fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love it. Like I'm a huge like Sam Cooke fan. I love
yeah,
old
sure.
shit. Dude.
I mean, I grew up. My dad was a big Motown guy, so
Really?
Motown was like predominantly what he was playing in the car or like at his, at his house.
Mhm.
Hold on. Oh yeah, Danny Brown, of course. So I guess not a lot of musicians have come on. But yeah, Motown was like huge for us. Everything from Jackson 5, Temptations, Diana Ross, like all that was
all
like
the best.
yeah, that's older stuff for sure. My dad hated hip hop.
Oh yeah, so did my
Yeah,
stepdad.
he was like, that's one thing we're definitely different in. And I was like, okay. He was like, God, you like this shit? I was like, yeah.
Wait, at what point has it even kicked in yet? Like, do you like current hip hop, like new shit?
Here's the thing. Bert and I were just talking about this. How you're too young for this now, but you, like in 10 years, you'll be like, oh, like you don't want to be the guy who's like, fuck all this new shit.
Oh, I'm already there. Dude.
But so what happens is you do start to lean into that. It's also comfortable about the stuff that you like and came up with. You're like, it's comfort, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's why people watch sitcoms for like the same sitcom. They're like, I know it.
Yeah.
It doesn't challenge me in any, it feels nice. It's like a
Yeah.
warm blanket. So music's like that too. Apparently this is something that happens in the brain to most people, which is like after 35, you just are reluctant to start to keep taking in new stuff. So I try to make an effort to go like, okay, what's new? And a lot of times, sometimes my effort is 5 seconds. I'm like, fuck this. And sometimes I'll even like make myself listen to like a couple songs and like I'll find things that I like. The truth is what ends up usually grabbing me now is just something that's catchy as shit. You know what I mean? Like if a beat is like super, has a thing to it, you're like, oh yeah, and I'll download that shit right away.
Yeah.
As far as like, I mean, I don't want to get into like there's new artists who are so celebrated. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why anyone is talking about this.
Oh, dude, it's my generation. Even I don't fucking get it at all.
Really?
Dude, that's the weirdest thing about me is the fact that I'm 27 and I live in this new world of all the new age hip hop and social media and all that. I fucking hate it so much,
Really?
Tom. Oh my God. The fact that I'm successful via TikTok blows my
Blows your
mind.
mind?
For years, like Lauren Compton, whose podcast I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
For probably 2 years before I did TikTok, was like, you gotta get on there, you gotta do it. And I was like, never in a million fucking years.
She was telling you?
Oh yeah. So everybody was like, you gotta get on
Shout
there. I
out
was
to
like,
Lauren
I'd rather
Compton.
not.
Yeah.
And they were all
Well,
right.
I was like you. I mean, yeah, I was like you. I was like, I have enough social media. Like when it was like, I remember Twitter and you're like, all right, Instagram. I like Instagram because I was like, yeah, I like photos and like I like that medium, right?
Yeah.
Videos, photos, great. Then I was like, you got to be kidding me. Another one?
You want
Another one?
Threads?
I hit yes and it just like automated it.
I didn't even set
I
it
know,
up.
but it's like you go, but then part of you, what happens is you go, well, it's like with TikTok became the place that like the young consumer
yeah.
is there, right?
Yeah.
So when something like Threads comes on, you just go like, what if that just explode? Like, why be late to the party? I just was like, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't really engage much there. I don't, I just kind of go, fuck, man. And then somebody manages, like Facebook, I abandoned.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I haven't been on Facebook in
But
years.
then a guy manages it for me, puts stuff up. I'm like,
I had
fine.
exact same thing.
Fine, just put it up.
Yeah, I'll go on there like to check when a birthday is, and that's literally it.
What do you call someone who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual. What do you call someone who speaks 2? Bilingual. What do you call someone who speaks 1? American. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception, not the rule, because with Babbel, you start speaking a new language in just 3 weeks. How freaking cool is that? In 3 weeks, you can start speaking a new language. This fall, you can start speaking a new language with Babbel, and you will know this language by Christmas. By Christmas, you'll be saying Feliz Navidad to the whole family and meaning it. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are designed by over 150 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. Here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. To get started right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/bears. Get 55% off at babbel.com/bears, spelled Babbel in all languages. That's how we spell Babbel. Babbel.com/bears. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, but obviously, like TikTok really was critical.
Oh, because it's exposure.
So wait, when you said like last July you make $100 or whatever to, so it starts to, you see the thing explode, like the videos start to go crazy. Do you show up at a gig and you're like, oh, this is sold out? Like you didn't know?
The first place was, I'm sure you know, Off the Hook in Naples.
Yes.
That was the first club that like did numbers that nearly sold out each night.
And you'll never forget that, by the way.
Oh no, because he handed me a check and it was for like $12 grand.
Yeah.
Which I was only contracted for like a $1,500 guarantee. I mean, you know how those deals go.
Sure.
So I was expecting that check, and he handed me $12,000. I remember I looked up at him and I said, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, man, we did really, really well." I was
Yeah.
like, "Get the fuck out of here!
It's
Are
a
they
crazy
all supposed to
feeling.
be like this
Yeah.
now?" That was the first club that actually took off. But before that, it was just.
And then was it just on after that? Like it was just on?
Pretty much, which
Okay.
is crazy because the 2 months leading up to that were exactly what you were talking about. I was routing one-nighters from like St. Louis to Philly to Raleigh, and each one of them I'd make $500 or something like that.
Sure.
But you'd have to do all three to make the whole trip worth it.
Worth it, yeah.
Yeah, it was exhausting.
I remember my first one very clearly. I was my special came out in March of 2014. And honestly, you know, Netflix is much bigger now than it was then. It was still like a thing, but I was like, all right, you know, it was a consolation prize to be on Netflix. They were like, oh, it's on Netflix. And you're like,
fuck.
yeah, you're like, all right. So it came out, you know, saw some tweets, did a couple I did like phoners, you know, a newspaper put me in there. Like it was nothing. And it came out. And I saw people were like, oh, this is really fun. Like the same kind of thing. Like when I did Comedy Central Presents, you know, you see like tweets about it and you're like, all right. And nothing changes. So I was like, nothing changed.
Now, do you feel like it's the epitome? Netflix? Do you think it's the best place for a special to land?
Yes.
Viewership wise?
Oh, it is.
Fuck.
The only other place that, like, oddly enough, it's the polar opposite business model in many ways, but they both have the same objective, is YouTube. Meaning that, like, Netflix is subscription based, you pay for it. But they've got 140 million people to do it. And they also have like some very high level production things. They're obviously like massive shows, movies, like it is like a content haven, right?
Yeah.
And they also became the place, like they went after stand-up. So they were like, HBO was the place for stand-up. Netflix was like, fuck that, we are, and came to people with checks and like took stand-up away from Comedy Central and HBO.
Yeah.
It's the place. What's fascinating about YouTube is free. Everybody has YouTube. YouTube you can share very easily. The objective, just like Netflix, is like Netflix wants you to stay on the platform.
Yeah.
They're giving you stuff to go, just stay here.
Yeah.
YouTube has the same objective. Stay here. Stay on YouTube. You can put out a special, as you have and other comedians have, and look, if that finds an audience, the same goal is met.
Yeah.
Millions of people seeing it, and that without question translates to ticket sales. That's part of the people who are buying tickets for you right now. Yeah, of course TikTok, but like some of them are YouTube people. Hey, I saw your special on YouTube. But do I think that Netflix right now is still the place to be? Yes, it is.
Man, when did Comedy Central fall out of that race, you think?
Probably right around like 2014, 15, like in that middle thing. That's as like Netflix put it into like fifth gear. But the whole Comedy Central model is like, remember, it was like all it was stand up.
That's what that's literally what made me do stand up. Is I used to
Comedy
stay
Central.
up late at night and just watch Comedy Central Presents
I didn't even
all the
want,
time.
like none of us wanted to be anywhere but Comedy Central.
Oh, of course.
Like, and I'm talking about from the early 2000s, like even when I did Presents, I shot it in 2010. It came out in 2011, and I was just like, that was a half-hour special.
Yeah.
And all I was gearing for was like, let me do that hour next. Like that was the goal, because you've seen all your people you admire do it.
Yeah,
So
there was a structure to how your career is supposed to go.
just do that. But they also like, I don't know. I mean, you know, leadership changes in companies like that.
Oh, especially with Viacom.
And they just
my
like
God.
changed their whole model, and like they, you know, they've been very fortunate to have South Park and The Daily Show be like the continued staples of the network.
Yeah.
But all these other things they do, I'm like, they kind of like come and go. Like everything else just kind of like falls away.
I've always wanted to change that. Like I've always wanted to have that conversation with Comedy Central to be like, give somebody with a young, fresh fan base a project to run with that can bring your network back to what it used to be, a comedy network.
I gotta tell you something. You could probably fucking get that meeting.
I've had that. I've had that meeting, and they don't bat an eye. Oh, Comedy Central's never given me the time of day. Dude.
Even now?
Never. Still
hilarious.
no, dude. I know.
Well, that's very informative in and of itself. That they, I mean, you should be able to go in there, and I don't mean that like anybody could just sort of be like, give me this, but the fact that they don't want to entertain the idea is fucking
of
bonkers.
Course. And I'm just big on creativity.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Take a fucking chance, dude. I get that you're a business. I get that you have to go by the numbers. You and risks can cost a lot of money, but it's like your channel's never gonna grow. Your network is never gonna go back up.
And you're having those conversations with people right now, and they're like, we're not interested.
Really, I think Comedy Central is probably the only one who never even
They don't
looked
take
at
the
me as
meeting.
serious. Nah, not really. I had a meeting with them probably beginning of this year, maybe end of last year when things started to pop off a little bit. And it was positive,
funny,
but it was
like,
not like we want
really?
to work with you. Nah.
That's so interesting. Like, it's funny how like these networks and platforms have like brands now. Like,
Yeah.
like HBO is like, are you trans and missing a limb? Like, come do a special here. You know.
Well, OnlyFans has given so much opportunity to stand up lately.
Yeah.
They, which is funny. That's actually why I named my first special Matt Rife OnlyFans, because I knew how many people searched to see if I had an OnlyFans.
Okay.
That I knew it was going to drive traffic to it.
Let's park here for a
Okay,
second.
okay.
That's a great thing. So it's a perfect time to bring this up. So much is made about your looks.
Dude,
so much
it's
is made
insane.
about it. One of the things I noticed, I mean, look, you're a very handsome young man.
Thanks, man.
I remember when all this happened, I looked at your Instagram, and dude, the comments under your photos are like, they're like, oh my God, he's doing it to us. Like I can't take this anymore. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like girls tagging their friends. Did you see? And then the girl is like, oh my God, I'm dying over here. Like, I'm like, yo,
Dude, it doesn't make sense to me either.
well, but you're in the very small percentage of not just a good looking guy, but like it traditionally doesn't align with comedy, right? Like comedy, like the more flawed you are, people see it as a bonus, right?
Yeah.
Guy with like a missing tooth, belly hanging out there.
Yeah.
People are like, that's hilarious.
It's visually comedic.
It's comedic, and they like to see that guy say things. And like, if he complains, it's like that's okay, right? They don't want to see somebody really well put together.
Yeah.
They're like, well, what's up with your life is great.
Oh, of course. Yes, they assume you have no problems whatsoever.
You can't have problems. Traditionally, what you see in comedy, I think, is like you're always kind of telling, because there's a lot of women who are attractive women who sometimes lean into that.
Yeah.
And you find that like there's huge resistance to it.
Oh,
like,
of course.
people go like, stop dressing like that. And it's not that like I feel like you should tell somebody what to say, but I almost like say that like I understand what they're saying. It's like you're wearing this form-fitting outfit, you're accentuating. It's like the guys are only thinking about what they're seeing.
Yeah.
The women are like jealous or hating on you. It's like you kind of have to like play against those genetic gifts.
Yeah.
So like what's your position on like, you know, that people are saying like, oh, we find you so attractive. What's your take on how to deal with that and do comedy?
Well, I think when I was younger, I had to embrace it because it was the only thing I had that kind of made me stand apart, I suppose. That gave me some kind of leverage, I guess, or at least made people notice me.
So like what, you're young and they're like, you're cute. And
Yes, you go, oh, well, I'll play into the I'm young, dumb, and cute card,
Okay,
right?
I got
But
you.
then once you become 25, 26, 27, you're
Yeah.
an adult. People stop caring about what you look like. At least in comedy clubs, stop
Right.
caring about what you look like and how old you are, and more focused on what you have to say. Like, are you going to
Yeah.
actually be funny?
Yeah.
So now I'm at this point where I kind of hate that I did that to myself because I'm put in a weird position of like, yes, I have this massive fan base that is predominantly women who are such a powerful fan base. Like, they're so supportive. And
Sure.
I mean, obviously, look at the ticket sales we did in 48 hours is insane. But then I have to sort through all of those fans to find, okay, who are the real comedy fans? Who's
Right.
actually here because they believe I'm
But the
a funny
big-
comedian.
The big plus to it, though, is that you're bringing in people who maybe never wanted to see a stand-up show.
Oh, yeah.
Never seen one. That is the big plus, though, is that like somebody who goes like, oh, these chicks just think you're a good-looking guy or whatever. It's like, yeah, but you got somebody to go, oh, I want to see this. This is stand-up. And some of them are going to be like, I want to see more stand-up.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
And that's a huge benefit to comedy.
But it's a responsibility as well.
Yeah.
Because so many of my online clips are just crowd work, people who don't know how comedy works think that's how the show is.
How are you managing that?
Um,
Because I wondered that too. It's like I see that it's like a natural thing to watch. You go like, oh, these are great crowd work clips.
Yeah.
They're going, I'm going to go talk to me, right?
it's you have to be patient, and I am patient to an extent. My biggest problem is it's people can come to the show expecting crowd work and still be respectful. They can sit back, wait, and go, I bet it's going to come at some point. That's the audience member that I love. Because the thing is, they're probably going to get it because I enjoy doing crowd work for me.
Sure.
I mean, as a comic, like you get tired of telling your own jokes.
Sure.
When you do eight shows in a row, you go, oh, okay, this
Here
hour
it is again. Yeah, yeah.
Let's break it up a little bit with something that's even going to catch me off guard.
And do you do
right?
that like at a special moment or is just like
Yeah, I've
whenever?
got, and that's I'm so happy to talk to you about
Yeah,
this. Somebody who gets it. Yeah, I've got like 3 placeholders in my set that I go, I can transition from this bit easily into some crowd work.
Of course.
And if it does or doesn't work out, I have an easy out to go
Easy
back
out.
into the
Yep.
set. But here is an opening for it.
Sure.
But people don't know that. So you get people who are egotistical or just want the attention, or
Yeah,
like they want to be
selfish,
that next
narcissistic
clip.
people, yeah.
Yeah, they come and they yell out.
Hey,
and
yeah.
that's what I'll shut down immediately. If I can tell somebody wants the attention, like they
Yeah.
want to be the clip, I go, nah, get them the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I
You're not
hate
here
that
for the
shit
show.
so much
It's
because
the worst.
the worst part about it is that there's this thing when you're performing any type of performance, but stand up where you naturally, to be the best performer, have to be willing to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And when somebody like hijacks moments like that, the natural instinct is go, I don't want to be vulnerable anymore.
Oh,
like I don't want to
absolutely.
open. So
You
I'm
wanna
gonna
put a wall up now.
Yeah, and now you're like,
Yeah.
now you're fucking up the show for everybody. You know? Yeah.
No, that's been a tricky thing to navigate. It's going back to what you were saying about my looks earlier.
Yeah.
It's created this very hungry, supportive fan base that I'm so grateful for and has gotten me this far.
Yeah.
But now I am having to weed through those and find the real comedy fans because that's what I've been working so hard for the past 12 years. You know?
Right. And how do you do that? Like you just.
You have to stay true to the craft. I suppose, as cheesy as that sounds, but it's like I was talking to my best friend and tour manager the other day about how easy it would be for me to just go on stage and play into the whole I'm a young fuck boy.
Yeah.
We lift my shirt up or whatever and like
Yeah.
play to the female audience and like I could have uproarious standing ovations.
Sure.
And it would be a great show for exactly what they probably want. But I'd be fucking miserable with myself.
You'd be
'Cause
miserable.
That's not what I want to do.
And the time limit on that would be quicker.
Oh, of course.
You know, that
oh,
would
yeah, that
expire.
would be such a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
But what's funny is, as much as I sit here and go, oh, my looks don't allow me to be perceived as a real comedian,
Yeah.
guess how much sympathy I'm allowed to get?
Yeah.
Zero.
Of course.
People go,
But do you feel, is there a pressure on you to, I mean, your looks are your looks, right? Like your face is your face.
Yeah, didn't choose it.
Right. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
But is there then an added pressure to go like, I need to look good all the time? I mean, you know, like you're not aging out, but like there's this thing, right? Does it stay in your head like I better like stay in really good shape? I better make sure my hair looks like do you feel the pressure to deliver the package that some of these people want to see?
No, not for them, for me.
For you.
I want to look the best I can possibly.
Sure.
Look. Who the fuck doesn't want
Yeah.
to look the best version of themselves, right?
Yeah.
And as somebody who grew up as an ugly kid, as a skinny kid, like I didn't lose my virginity until I had 2 months left of high school. So like I was such a late bloomer
Yeah.
that I'm like, can I just enjoy this portion of my life? I
Yeah.
don't know what I'm gonna look like when I'm fucking older. I might look like Dom Irera in 5 years.
Yeah,
dude.
it
Who
really
knows?
could change.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
as
let's-
rapidly as this happened, it could
Yeah.
go away.
Let me ask you this: are you just drowning in pussy right now? Like, is it the
And
best?
if I was, nobody'd throw me a fucking life vest. Not a
No,
single
they
person,
wouldn't.
dude.
No, they wouldn't.
No, I'm not. I have a girlfriend.
You do?
Yeah.
Does your
yeah.
audience know that? Well, they do now.
A good part of them do.
Are you guys
yeah.
together a while?
No, it's a early relationship, about 4 or 5 months, but we've known each other for about a year and a half.
You have.
Yeah.
A
She's
comedian?
wonderful.
No.
No, she's an actress.
Okay. Now this is the next question for
Uh-huh.
that. That takes like she must feel how much people are commenting on you and like all the attention you get.
Yeah.
Like that takes a very secure person to.
And
right?
she is.
Yeah.
She's very smart,
Mhm.
and like I love that she's never been insecure about the amount of attention that I get, and is more. She sees it the way I sees it, like the way I see it. Like a girl will yell out in the middle of a show like "fuck me" or something wild that people yell out at these shows, right?
Crazy.
And a lot of girls will be like, "You have girls yelling out to fuck you in the middle of the show."
Yeah.
I get off stage, she goes, "What the fuck's that girl's problem?"
Yeah.
That's so annoying. You're in the middle
Yeah.
of trying out this new bit that I know you've
Yeah.
been working so hard for,
Yeah.
and now she ruined the entire fucking thing.
Yeah, that's a
I
good girl.
love that she understands
Yeah.
that. I mean, does she love it? I'm sure she doesn't.
I'm
Who the
sure.
fuck would?
Yeah. Yeah.
But she's very calming and understanding, which is what I love so much about our relationship. And that's why
Take you a long way.
I didn't want to get into a relationship at all. With this tour beginning, I was like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to manage a relationship.
Yeah.
And all it's done so far is just like keep me grounded. I have one person to respond to and think about and focus on, rather than like being that touring comic that's like, what girl can I fuck in this city? You know?
It's another thing where I remember like when I was like, don't lose your mind. I meant
Yeah.
things like this, you know. It's like
Yeah, you texted me and I was like, "Are you sure this is Tom Segura?"
Yeah.
I couldn't. I was so happy that
Yeah.
you reached out, man. That meant a lot. Seriously.
well, I was happy for you. You know, it's fun to like these things when they happen. They don't happen all the time.
Mhm.
I feel like it's exciting, like just like for comedy.
Yeah.
And I know you're a good guy, and I was like, you know, I just wanted to reach out and be like, hey man, I hope you know you're managing all this well and that's not overwhelming. But like,
Well, that meant a lot because I get as much positive attention as you see on the internet.
Yeah.
There's 3 times as much hate. Dude.
yeah.
It's
Do you?
fucking
Oh man,
wild.
it's wild, right? Yeah.
It's insane, man.
Do you know? Have you like figured out how to like not digest all of it? you know?
No. It's
That's
I'm so confrontational as a person. Like it drives me insane. I can't beat the fuck out of these people.
Yeah.
But then you have to sit back and go, well, I'm really allowing these people to
Exactly.
determine how I feel
You
throughout my
gotta-
day.
You gotta like.
And it's fucking pathetic.
Exactly. You don't want to let them.
I mean, nobody wants, regardless of the situation, and no matter how secure you are with yourself, doesn't feel good to know that many people don't fucking like you.
Of course. But it's also like, you know, look, you're literally living your dream.
Yeah, of course.
And it's like you can't let someone's bitterness or negativity suck
Yeah.
that joy out of you.
And
you know?
it's almost always dudes.
Of course.
Which just tells me it's like, okay, what are you actually mad about?
Well, you
are
know.
you mad that I'm having success, or are you mad the way that I look the way I do?
It's everything.
Like, how much pussy do you not get?
A lot.
For me, just trying to make you laugh
Yeah.
upsets you.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It's
to
really
me.
just, you know, it's like it's mistargeted emotion from somebody. You know,
Yeah.
like they're just mad about something else and they found somebody they can go, I can put it over here, right? But like the funny thing is it takes a while. And I remember this because like I remember like when you have no exposure, nobody's like you're the worst and you suck because nobody knows you.
Yeah.
Like all your you know feedback is like people who know you.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's
That's
like
how people get canceled 20 years later.
yeah, it's like this gradual thing though, right?
Uh-huh.
Where it's like that was great, everyone's just like you're great, and then like you get your first pop of some exposure, and you get someone being like, "You fucking suck," and you're like, the first time you're like, "Wait, what?" Like it's so like startling at first. You're like, "What are you talking?" Like you've never had someone do that. And I remember being like, I remember engaging people. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, all the time, which is crazy because you would never do that in real life.
No, of course not.
If you see somebody performing on like the subway playing violin or whatever, even if you think it's garbage, you don't walk by and go fucking kill yourself.
No, I know.
That's an insane thing to do.
It's
You
what
just keep
the
it pushing.
anonymity of the internet provides you. You know, it's like, but it's the same thing. It's like, you know, people talk about the way that we talk about someone in the car in front of you.
Damn, that's a really good
you
point.
know, it's like the car in front of you, and you're like, what if we were walking?
Yeah.
And the person's walking, like, you would never.
That is a really good way to look at it. You wanna instinctually blame the internet for that false sense of security.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. You do it in your fucking car.
And you say the most heinous things.
Oh yeah.
You fucking piece of shit. Like
you'll call a white person the N-word like 8 times.
Most of the time. Yeah, every morning. Yeah.
Every morning.
When I get here. Yeah.
But my favorite thing is, as much as it's usually dudes who give me shit, they have the most fun at my shows.
Of course, dude.
My favorite thing is to watch the audience throughout my show because it's all the same. It's predominantly women, and then boyfriends who weren't going to let their girls come alone, right?
Yeah.
So every guy's like this at the beginning of every show. Every girlfriend's like this, and then about 20 minutes in, every girlfriend is like,
yeah,
and every boyfriend is like,
yeah.
all right, I actually fuck with what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, just give it a chance.
I think we have very different fan bases.
I'll trade you.
Bro, I have this thing, like, I meet sometimes people after shows and they'll be like, the guy will be like, yo, can I get a picture? And I'm like, yeah, sure, man. And then he's like, babe. And she's like, I'm good.
Dude, I get the complete opposite. I get the husband being like, I don't want. They'll pay for the meet and greet and then be like, I don't want a picture with him. She wanted the photos.
By the way, just so it's clear, chicks yell out, fuck me, Tom, too, at my shows. But when we turn the lights on, they look like a fucking basset hound. And we cut the lights. It has happened,
dude. I've had like brawls thrown at me on stage. Like people bring signs and shit to shows now. They yell out the craziest things, and I'm just like, you wouldn't do this at Hamilton.
No,
you wouldn't yell out in the middle of a musical number and be like, "Eat my pussy." Somebody would stand up and be like, "Hey man, shut up. Thomas Jefferson's black right now. I'm getting a history
eat
lesson."
my pussy. That would be amazing to be at that Hamilton show. I'd be like, oh my God. It's crazy though that, you know, because you don't really think about this, that like we usually see, and we've learned, especially in this era, do not objectify a beautiful woman, right?
Yeah.
Like people go like, do not, your thought might be this, but you do not say that to that woman. But it's so interesting that like you're in this very unique position where you get objectified.
Oh yeah.
And people say wild shit. Like no one feels bad for you. I'm not saying
not a single person.
But it is a crazy thing to experience that people are saying that to you.
Dude, I've had my nipple bitten. I've meet and greets, my ass grabbed all the time. Women will ask in front of my PR people or the meet and greet people who run all of it. They'll ask like, "Can I grab your dick in the photo and stuff?" And I'm like, or I'll be on stage and somebody will be like, "Take your pants off." I'm like, imagine if Amy Schumer was up here and somebody was like, "Let's see that clit." Like you just couldn't do it. Yeah,
show me your clit.
Yeah, just challenge her to a thumb wrestling competition in the middle of the fucking show.
That is crazy, dude. That is crazy.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. But it's like
My God.
that is my price to pay for having an overwhelming fan base.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But again,
have
that came to you in a year.
Yeah.
That's the part that I'm like, that's why I'm impressed, honestly, Matt, with like how you've managed things, because, you know, 27 you're a young guy, and you know, this came to you in such a short time, and you're managing. I mean, if I were you, I'm 27, I'd be like, I'm gonna get AIDS on this tour. And I want it. I want AIDS. I would make it my mission. And like, if you don't have AIDS, don't even try to fuck me.
I'm weak by the third show.
Oh my God.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's wild, dude.
It's a lot, but it's what you ask for.
It is what you ask
and
for.
look, I'm just telling myself, like, if I can just get through June of next year, be as tired as you want for the next 9 months, and after that, you can just do things the way you want to do them.
By the way, I was looking at my tour, the tour that I wrapped up, and it was daunting. You know, it was overwhelming, and I ended up just going like, I think the way to approach it to get through it is
Mhm.
just week to week.
Yeah, you can't. You,
have
can't
to
look at it
you
broad.
can't look at like what's in 4 or 5 months. You got to go like,
Mhm.
what are we doing this week?
Yeah,
Um,
I wish I was taking more time to enjoy some of the stuff I'm doing. Like we're doing 6 shows at Radio City Music Hall. Three nights. So 2, 2, and 2.
wow.
And I know each of those nights, all I'm gonna want to do is get off stage for the first show and go, oh, let me just breathe it all
Of
in,
course.
you know. And then I'm gonna go, nope, I gotta go do another one right
Yeah.
after this.
Yeah,
and
that's
then be
what-
so tired by the time it's all done, you don't want to do anything else.
One of the things you have the ability to do, because like we didn't have it much. Man, sometimes on the road when there's like a scheduled night off on the road,
Mhm.
it's the greatest thing. Meaning like we're doing shows Tuesday, Wednesday, and all of a sudden you go schedule Thursday, nothing,
Mhm.
but then shows Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah,
It became like, I think we had like 3 like that, you know, just like randomly, but it was such a relief to be out there but have nothing to do.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing for all of September because I'm doing like 3 back-to-back full weeks basically leading up to my special I'm shooting in September. And we have like 1 day off in between each city, and I can't wait to just be in a different town with no responsibility.
With no response, it's a great
And
thing
did
to
you do a bus?
Yes.
We're doing a bus in October. I'm so fucking excited
Yeah.
about
Did you pick your bus out already?
it. Yeah, they built it new.
Nice.
Not as expensive as you might think. We're getting it wrapped. I think OnlyFans
Are you
is a
buying it
sponsor
or
for it.
chartering
No,
it?
just charting
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
OnlyFans is gonna wrap it.
They are?
Oh yeah, dude. This bus is gonna look like Bang Bus for sure. Pretty excited about it.
Dude. Yeah, yeah. You're freaking.
I've only been on the bus. How long were you on the bus for?
What do you mean how long? Like, how long?
For the whole tour were you on it for like 6 nights? I mean, obviously you come back in between some shows. But
Yeah, I mean, I had the bus for from August of 21
Mhm.
until through December of 20. So like the only time I didn't have the bus was I did my international leg at the very end.
That's what we're
So
doing.
that's why I stopped it, you
Mhm.
know, when that, and then I had, so this year I did Australia, New Zealand, South America, and Europe,
Oh,
and no
man.
bus. You know,
How was New Zealand?
unbelievable.
Did you get to do anything fun while you were over there?
Yeah, that's the cool thing about the international stuff is you actually enjoy things more than you do domestically,
Yeah.
because like there are like, all right, you flew fucking 16 hours, so there's 2 days of like
Uh-huh.
nothing. Then it's like, you know, you're doing Perth and Sydney, and then there's 2 days off. So you like,
Yeah.
you actually like, I mean, we rented bikes and went on bike rides.
Bikes.
You know, bikes.
Dude, that's.
And
Do you know
then-
how infamous that fucking line is now?
It's
I'll
been pretty
hear
crazy.
it walking down regular streets, dude.
It's pretty crazy that I still get every week memes and like photos people send me. They're like, look at all these bikes, and I go, yeah, I know. You know,
Genius.
it's I can't believe that something has legs like that for like saying a word.
What was the most fun thing you did while you were in New Zealand, like touristy wise?
Touristy wise, let's see. Because we did, what did we do? We did Christchurch, Wellington.
You went to church.
We went to church.
Are you religious? Why'd you go to Christchurch?
That's the name of the city.
Oh, maybe don't skip out on college and start a career in comedy. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Who the fuck names it that?
It's a very strange name. Yeah.
If somebody named the town fucking Papa John's, you'd also be confused.
You would. That's a very valid point.
You can say whatever you want in that city, actually.
Yeah. Christchurch is Christchurch is beautiful. I think they had a they're famous for like the massive earthquake. Oh, they also had a massive shooting, but we don't have to talk about that.
Like massive or like America size?
The shooting?
Yeah.
It was pretty terrible. Yeah. It was like a
Fuck.
mosque shooting the Christ, but pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up real quick.
Pull it up real quick. Yeah. It was horrible. Yeah, the mosque shootings, yeah.
Jeez. Oh, in 20,
Remember that?
I remember
Yeah,
this. Yeah.
It was terrible.
Hold on.
50
There's a
people.
mosque in a town called Christchurch.
Yeah.
I
It
mean,
was
you can see how that could be
horrible.
confrontational.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible, man. They also putting
Was
Christchurch.
it also a white kid?
earthquake. What's that?
Was it also a white kid that did the New Zealand one?
I'd be surprised.
If it was or wasn't.
Yeah, it was a massive. No, I'd be surprised if it. I was joking. It was definitely a white guy. Major earthquake. Yeah. That was a.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was huge. That was in 2011.
That's insane.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of-
185 people.
It was really just like seeing the the beauty, like the nature of
Oh,
New Zealand?
yeah.
Because you know, like it's famous for that's where they shot all the Lord of the Rings stuff.
Have you been skydiving before?
No, and you can, by the way, just so you know, you can go when you're in. I think when you're in Auckland, there's
Mhm.
like a day trip you can take to see like where
The
they
Lord
shot.
of the Rings. Oh yeah, We almost did it. I went there this
Yeah.
January
Oh, you
for
did?
For a friend's YouTube trip, right?
Oh,
And we were out there for
friend's
2 weeks.
YouTube
He
trip.
runs this YouTube channel that's I met. I'm gonna try to summarize this. We met because he runs a gigantic, successful YouTube channel called TFIL. He has a sub channel called the Overnight Channel that's like ghost hunting, and I joined him for that. We've been all over the world ghost hunting.
Seriously?
Really
Are you a
weird.
big ghost guy?
You love it, dude.
Really?
But also, biggest pussy you'll ever meet. I'm so afraid of ghosts, but like I want to meet one.
You really are?
Yeah, dude.
So you're hunting them, but you're terrified.
Yeah.
This is like a scuba diver who's like, I hope I don't fucking see a shark. I
exactly.
love it. Okay.
Yeah, or like any
Yeah.
cop.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Okay, so you go there.
So we go to New Zealand for his other YouTube channel. It's like basically an adventure channel where so he paid for all of us to go. We just had to go and film everything we were doing for fun. And
Wow.
we went. We jumped off this giant building in the North Island when we were up there.
Did you skydive? Is that
We
what
went,
you're saying?
we went skydiving over is it the Remarkables? Those mountains?
I don't even know.
I believe it's what they're called. Those are the mountains they filmed all like the exterior shots for Lord of the Rings, and you see them hiking up the hills and shit.
Wow.
And when we went skydiving, they drop you over the mountains, so you fall from 15,000 feet. Yeah, the Remarkables. From 15,000 feet, you fall right next to the mountain. You're falling like the entire length
Had
of the
you
mountain. It's the most beautiful thing I've
skydived
ever
before?
seen. Once before in Vegas with a Groupon.
With a Groupon?
Yeah. If you think that's sad, a dude showed up by himself.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen a more suicidal person in my entire life. He showed up by himself we went at 6 a.m. because we wanted to go like with the sunrise,
Sure.
which was beautiful.
Yeah.
The guy showed up by himself, and they're like, "Are you waiting on anybody?" He was like, "No."
You ever seen those people having sex while they skydive?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
How?
It's so crazy. Like so they started like the guy was a porn guy who also became a skydiving instructor, of course.
Yeah, extremes.
And then the girl was like, I want to do this, you know. So they start banging in the plane to like get ready, you know, for it.
Of course.
And then jump out and like they are banging in the air. Yeah.
Is the aim to bust before you land?
I think so. According to the guy, he's like, she came like 5 times. You know, like, I'm like,
I think it's called a
I don't
heart
know."
attack.
Yeah, I think she thinks it's an aneurysm. she's having.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was finished before you get that. I don't
Do you
know.
think you could do it? Well,
No.
Really?
Well, I think
I'll tell you why I don't think you can actually, because when you go sky, the harness
yeah.
cuts off all the circulation to your dick.
Yeah, I mean,
it
like,
hurts so bad.
So he was on the back, obviously, and yeah, I don't know, dude. It seems preposterous.
There's videos of this.
Yeah.
My Google history is gonna look disgusting after this because I have to
Yeah.
see because you're baby.
This is
What?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
So you're just baby Bjorned on to the front of somebody, and there's not a lot of like hip action you could really throw into that. But also, I don't know if I want to go tandem ever again now,
Yeah, I know.
or this is the only way I want to go from here on out.
Pretty crazy.
Jesus Christ!
Skydiving. I don't know why it's a scandal. I guess it probably upset.
Scandal.
It probably upset a lot of the skydiving community, maybe.
Well, I think it would upset whoever you're skydiving above. Because imagine she squirts and then it
Yeah.
lands on some fucking family.
It's true.
How do you explain that to somebody?
This is true. So you didn't have sex when you skydive, but
No, this isn't the most absurd thing I've seen porn wise though. I hosted the AVNs.
you hosted it?
Yeah.
When?
This we filmed it this past December and it aired like a month and a half ago or whatever.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You shot it a few months ago.
We filmed it last December.
Okay.
Like
meaning,
right before Christmas and New Year's, I believe.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's when it was. Or very beginning of
How did
January.
that come about? Like the
Somebody over at Showtime was a fan, and they usually have a comedian host it.
Yeah, I've known
And-
that for years. I've seen so many comics do that.
You're gonna see. I've seen so many award
No,
shows.
I've gone every year. I've
Avid.
never missed it.
Avid audience member.
Yeah.
Somebody just hit me up. They're like, "Hey, we want like a new hot young host
Yeah.
to bring some young energy to it."
Yeah.
And I was so excited,
Yeah.
and it was just terrifying.
I'm sure it was.
It was so much to absorb. Because I also had to present at the gay VNs
Oh, you
the
did?
night before.
Oh, they must have eaten your ass up, literally.
Dude, oh yeah, it was life changing. Because I'm sitting front row watching most of the show, and it was I I couldn't help but laugh because I've never seen so much dick.
Because it's like it's playing on the screens.
Oh yeah, because it's just like the Oscars, where you know how like every time somebody's nominated for something, they'll show a scene of the movie. So they'll be like, I don't know, Johnny Mash nominated for Cock of the Year or whatever, and then they'll just show him going to town for like 7 seconds, and you'll see 8 more people, and you'll be like, oh, I get it, Talk of the Town.
Yeah.
It's alarming.
And then at the AVNs, they're showing the porn clips too. The same thing.
Yeah, it's aggressive. I don't think I watched porn for like 4 months after that.
Pat, dude, did you come out and just do a monologue? Like, is that how it starts?
Yeah, I had to go out there, do a little. I think I did like 15 minutes up front.
Did you do like your act? Or?
No, that was the scariest thing about it, is because it's an all porn audience. Yeah. And they're there for that. Like they want to hear jokes about their own industry. Yeah. Which is hard for a couple of reasons. Because one, every porn joke in the world's been told already.
For sure.
This is like the 20th anniversary of this show. Yeah. And also, as much as it could be easy to make fun of that industry. Yeah. You have to be respectful, because like this is their night. Like to them, this is the Oscars for them. So like as much as you want to poke fun, you have to be a little respectful. So I mean, finding that line to walk was really fun but scary, because there was no place to test the material.
What'd you do?
15 minutes of untested material.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. So you just like came up with it and then go, I'll just do it here for the first time.
Yeah. I was like, we'll just hope this works. And I'd say 90% of it did. I was so lucky, so nervous, but so lucky. Didn't sleep with a single porn star. Everybody was like, "Oh, you had to fuck just everybody." Yeah. I was single at the time too. Dude, I was so offended. When like the show was over. When the show was over, I went to the after party and everything. When I tell you nobody really talked to me at all, I go, "Oh, it's fine. I was single. I was open to whatever might have happened." Sure. Maybe 2-3 weeks go by. I just start getting hit up by so many porn stars being like, where were you that night? We all wanted to fuck you. And I was like, I couldn't have been more available.
I was there.
I was looking for y'all.
Yeah.
Never found me. Didn't have any fun whatsoever.
Good to note.
Yeah, it's not what you think it is at all.
Yeah, that's surprising. That is surprising.
It was fun though.
I remember I did at the Improv in Melrose. They were like, do you want to host this porn, like the Vivid?
Oh yeah, the Vivid Awards.
No, like the Vivid Improv. It was just like Vivid Night at the in Melrose. Okay, I mean, this is like 2000.
They would do a night.
Yeah, it was like their so I'm like, what do I do? And they're like, well, you show up, and then like these 2 girls are gonna go on stage with you. I was like, all right. I mean, look, it was like they were nice, they're porn stars. And so like they did like essentially like presentation kind of stuff, but it was, it wasn't like worked out. It was kind of sloppy, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah. I mean, you ever watch porn? It's like it's never rehearsed.
No,
it's everyone's first take.
And I was like, all right. And then but I fucked up in that I was like, first of all, I was pretty inexperienced. I mean, I'm like 4 or 5. I don't really know, but I was doing like disrespectful shit because I thought that's,
Yeah, you thought they'd be in on it.
I was like, here's, the fucking Janice who has traded her stardom for her dignity. Give it up for, and then she was like,
oh my God.
I was like, that's a funny transition, right? And then I was like, this chick from the hit series, If the Balls Fit, Suck 'Em, which was a real name, the title of the. I looked at her. I was like, real class act, I'm sure the whole fam's proud to go let her take the money. She was like,
oh no, dude, they take it so seriously.
But I was also, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't like trying to be a dick.
Yeah,
I was trying to be funny,
of course.
And I'm like a few years into stand up, and I go like, I think this is the way to do this, like kind of punch.
But it's such a specific demographic that you're going to. You don't know how to navigate that. You don't know if they're in on the jokes or if they take it too seriously.
The funny thing is that after all these years, we've had like porn people do bits for like our live shows. And I don't think there's a more respectful like group of people that like come to, like when they come to, like they'll hit me up. Hey, we all want to come to the show. And I'm like, oh, like, you want tickets? They're like, oh, no, they always like, we bought tickets.
Oh.
And if they meet you after shows, it's always like the most polite, thank you so much. Do you mind if we take a photo? We had the best time. And because it's usually like Vegas or something.
Yeah.
And they're all like, they've done bits for us that like, it's it's not what you expect
Yeah.
for that industry, but they are amongst the nicest people that I've met are people from that industry.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love that.
It's true. They really are.
Do you have a worse group that they come to shows?
Family.
Oh man, God, is there anything?
I wish I could
worse?
trade my family for a bunch of porn stars.
I mean, you can.
I mean, yeah. I mean, no, it's the
you
worst.
can.
They really fucking family just, you know, they just like they don't understand that you're working.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing is that those adult industry people are like, this is this person's work.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh
They-
yeah, but
they-
like I can't stand when my mom comes to a show and I'm
The
doing
worst.
like 5 minutes on fingering or whatever, and I
It's-
have to be
and
like,
also-
I don't
But
know.
also like moms and family members are like, you know, where do we park? And you're like, I'm at
Oh
this
my
show.
God.
Can I come in? I'm at this door.
They don't know
I want to
anything.
sit here. Can I come over here? Where do I get a drink? When are you? Can I? And you're like, dude, like you know that I'm actually this is my job, right? Like,
So really, really funny quick story. When I was I think I might have still been 15, maybe just turned 16. So like my first year doing stand up.
I cannot believe that
It's
you're one of those. There's
insane.
like 5 people I know of who are like that.
Insane, and most of them are still alive, so I like my odds.
Mm.
When I was about 15 or 16, this is before I ever met him really. I was a huge Ralphie May fan.
Yeah.
And he was coming. I lived in Columbus. He was performing at Hilarities in Cleveland.
Uh-huh.
And this at Twitter. On Twitter, this is at the time when Twitter was so accessible, you could reach anybody.
Yeah.
So I would just tweet to Ralphie May. We would go back and forth sometimes. And I was like, hey, I see you're going to be at Hilarities. I've heard of this thing called a guest spot. I'd never done one before, but I was like, could I do that? And he was like, yeah, you know what? You're around the same age as I was when I started out. Like, come on down.
Yep.
And it was in like 3 weeks or something like that. My mom and my aunt were who were going to go with me to drive up. That's about a 3-hour drive. So I get their perspective. But they made me ask so many questions. What time do we need to be there? Where do we go? Do we need to buy tickets?
To
Do we need
him.
to say reserve tickets, reserve seats, and all that kind of stuff? That eventually he said, hey, man, this is just too much. Let's rain check this for later down the road. And he canceled my guest spot because my mom made me keep asking. So, and I kept telling her, like, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And she just made me ask so many questions. That
but now you get it. You get it.
I fully get it. I'm like, just show up. Just show up. Somebody will come to find you if you get lost.
Yeah. Stop
It'll
asking
be
me,
fine.
Asking these fucking questions.
Dude, it's so ridiculous. My grandma came to my show in Bend, Oregon. Have you done the amphitheater out there?
In Bend, Oregon. I don't think so.
It is. Have you been to Bend, Oregon?
I don't.
Fucking beautiful.
Really?
You will love it. I promise you.
I think I've done. I mean, I've obviously done Portland. I've done Eugene. University of
Oh
Oregon.
yeah.
But I don't think I've done Bend.
If you get a chance to go out there, it's a beautiful town. In the summer and winter, it's 2 totally different towns. It's beautiful. They have a gorgeous amphitheater out there with the best sound system I think I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
Yeah.
My grandma came out there, and I was drunk on stage, which I never do. I never drink when performing.
You're talking about fingering girls and your grandma's
Oh, yeah. I talked about how my grandpa said he fucked Rosa Parks in the front of the bus.
Oh, my
It was like a
God.
whole thing. Yeah. It was like I was doing all this ridiculous, stupid stuff. And she comes afterwards and it was like, I love the fingering joke. And I was like, shut up. Please don't stop listening to my show.
It is crazy
It's so uncomfortable.
that you think of like whenever you see an old person, you're just like, they're sweet and they're old. And you don't know if that old person was like the blowjob queen just a few years prior.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, like, oh, I've swallowed so much cum. And you're like,
yeah.
oh my God.
Dude,
really?
I hear stories all the time about how my great-grandmother was like the biggest whore in the world.
Really? Your great-grandmother?
My great-grandmother, who only died maybe, I'd say 7 years ago, if that.
From fucking. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
She was, she had dementia really bad to the point where she didn't remember her husband or none of my family members.
Yeah.
And we would go visit her in hospice and she would like flirt with me.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, she'd have on this sexy nightgown too. That like even I was like thinking about it. No. She was out of her mind. But every story I had ever been told about her, I was like, oh yeah, for sure.
She's a hoe.
Yeah.
Your grandmother is a fucking hoe.
Dude, my parents would tell me about all these diseases she had.
Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah, about how she like cheated on my great grandpa multiple times, but he loved her
Holy.
so much that he stayed with her and all that.
Jesus.
It was insanity, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nasty stuff.
Nasty grandma.
man.
That is crazy.
Also,
yeah.
fun fact: every woman in my family has had a kid before 20 for like 8 generations back. Yeah. My family be fucking, dude.
So how old was your mom when she had you?
19. No, she had just turned 20 by like 2 months when I was delivered. Yeah.
Wow. So, dude, your mom is young.
Yeah, my mom, she just turned 48.
Holy shit, I really could be your dad. That's
How old are
so
you?
crazy. I'm 44.
Fuck. Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
I know.
But you know what's crazy is like that kind of never registers to me because I've been in stand up for so long. All of my friends are late 30s, mid 40s.
Yeah.
I have like I guess
How
my
did
core friends.
starting like did you I mean obviously you were a huge stand up fan.
Mhm.
And then when you're like I'm going to go try this? Like you're 15?
I was a huge fan of Dane Cook and Dave Chappelle when I was like 12, 13, 14. And my mom won tickets on the radio to see Dane at Nationwide Arena in Columbus. It was like nosebleed seats, obviously, but I was just like so in awe of the show.
Yeah.
We went, it was incredible. And since that moment, I was like obsessed with it. So then a couple weeks go by, there's a talent show at school. I'm like, oh, I want to try it. So I do it there. And of course, it was terrible.
Oh, but you got balls, dude.
But, I mean, it was awful, dude. I was doing all these raunchy jokes that I had gotten off the internet in front of my classmates.
It's ballsy, though.
I was so naive. It's not, you don't think of it as brave when you don't know that there could be consequences.
True.
And then when I was 15, I found out what an open mic was, and I just emailed the Columbus Funny Bone, Stroop.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, I know you have to be 21 and up, but like, I really want to try what an open mic is. Like, could I come if I had like my parents with me or something? And he happened to say yes. And ever since then, it's just been comedy every single week.
You were going back all the time?
Every Wednesday.
And how was your how were your parents about it? Were they supportive? Like they were like,
yeah, my mom was like very supportive about it, but just in the sense of like extracurricular activity. You know, nobody thought anything was going to come of it.
Did she give commentary to your sets? Like,
no, but my grandpa would. It would either be my grandpa or my mom who would take me, and my grandpa would be the one to like, because they were bringer open mics. You had to you had to have 5 people buy tickets. So my grandpa would buy 5 tickets.
Yeah.
So the club doesn't know any different. They just think 5 people are in there for you. But in his eyes, I could do like no wrong. Like every set I had, he'd be like, I really like the thing you said about this or whatever.
Yeah.
It also took me about 5 months to hear what a set was.
Yeah.
So every week I was going up doing new 5 minutes because I had no idea you were supposed to keep material and keep working on it. Yeah. It was ridiculous.
Wow. So you're just like, here's a new 5.
Yeah. I don't understand how people do a new hour every single night. I had no idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's a fun learning experience.
Yeah.
But my mom didn't know she still really doesn't understand at all.
Really?
No, she understands that she has a house now.
She has a house.
Dude, when I tell you, when I told her like, hey, things are going really well. I want to make sure you're taken care of. You don't have any bills to pay for the rest of your life. Like, I want to get you a house.
Yeah.
She was like, that's I'm so lucky. Thank you so much. Whatever. 9 days go by, right? I get a call. Did you get the link that I sent you? I go, what you send? She's like, oh, I sent a Zillow link. I go, oh, you've been looking for houses. Okay, fantastic. Let me take a look at it. Tom, my mom lives in an apartment that she smokes in the bathroom of. And she sends me a link for a 9-bedroom, $3.5 million house with horse stables.
What?
I go, you don't even know 9 people. Who's gonna live in this fucking house?
Yeah, this is crazy.
She goes, well, in case any of you guys want to like come home for the holidays or something.
Come home for the holidays?
I haven't come home for the holidays in 6 years. You think I'm gonna go when I have to fly into Atlanta airport? Are you out of your fucking
Mom,
mind?
you're out of your mind.
And I go, the horse stables? She goes, well, that's why it's so expensive. I go, whose horses? She goes, well, I've always wanted horses. I go, yeah.
Whoa,
I've always wanted my real dad back. But like, sometimes you have to be logistic about these kind of things.
Holy
my mom
shit.
is 48 years old. She's always injured. Always. She has what's it called? Vertigo?
Yeah.
To where she can barely stand upright for most of the time. I'm like, you're going to learn to take care of horses at 48 years old, and you're going to do it after who's going to buy the horses?
So you bought the house and the barn.
Bought a different house.
Okay.
Way less expensive version.
Way less bedrooms.
Yes. 4 bedrooms for her and her boyfriend to live in by themselves. She goes, I gotta have a pool. For who? She goes, well, I've always wanted, she goes, I want a pool. I go, I've known you for 27 years. Never seen your hair wet. Never seen you sweat. I've never seen you take a bath.
That's hilarious.
I've
dude.
never seen my mom anywhere near water. Now all of a sudden she's like, I don't want a house unless it has a pool.
That's crazy.
So fucking ridiculous.
Did you get the pool?
No, I didn't get the pool. Okay. I got a house with a lake behind it.
That's a big pool.
A big pond behind it. And she still
pool.
goes, yeah, and they said the land is totally okay to install a pool if we want. I go,
Holy
Mom,
shit.
Order filled. Order filled.
I love you, but you're white trash. You're gonna take this above ground pool like an adult and enjoy it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. That's amazing, dude. It's amazing that you're like, things are all right. And she's like, here's a $3.5 million
Yeah.
house.
I was
Crazy.
like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
I go, you're not getting a better house than what I would get for myself. That's insane.
My mom is like so wired this way too.
The same way?
Totally.
What's crazy, my mom isn't like that.
My
My
mom's like-
mom is so simple, and that's what I love about her. And then she hits me with this expensive
I think
taste.
that's a kind of an act from moms.
You think so?
Kind of, yeah. You'll see it more now as you'll be working at this level.
Mhm.
but like, you know, my mom is like, I'm very simple. I like, you know, nothing special. And you're like, all right.
Uh-huh.
And then, you know, she wants a car. It's like, what kind of car do you want? Mercedes, Lexus. I'm like, okay.
Mm.
Then she was like, let's swap it out. I want a different. Like, this is like a month later. I'm like, swap it out. We fuck, it's not a dress. Like, I mean, and then it's like, you know, I like simple things. Oh, okay. You know, I'm flying you to this thing. Is it first class? Yeah, of course. Where are we staying? I'm like, Four Seasons. Oh, that's nice. I was walking through the hotel lobby. I saw these earrings that I would love to have, and I'm like, all right, can I have them? You're like, sure. Gets them, and then she's like, I kind of don't want these, and you're like, wait a minute. Like, so what you learn, like with my mom, it's that it's about the get. Like I it's like almost like an addiction where it's like I want the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then she gets the thing, and she's like, oh, I want another thing.
Oh,
So it's very like,
no. That's
you know,
hard to fulfill.
It was like this growing up where she's like, I went to like TJ Maxx today and I bought these 10 things on clearance for like $1.50 each. And you're like, okay,
All right.
good for you.
Yeah.
And the next day you're like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm going back to TJ Maxx to return all those things. It's like this chase, you know? And that, or she goes like, can I get this thing, these shoes? And you're like, all right. And then she gets them and she's like, oh, well, like that was I got them. The now like the dopamine kind of fades away and she's like, I need like a new check. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and then she sees me as just like the fucking central bank.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just like, what else can I get? I'm like,
And because you're your son, you're like, how do I say no?
yeah,
You know?
I mean, I just, sometimes I'm just like, you're out of your mind. Get out. I don't even answer her, you know?
Oh,
Like,
that's how it was about the houses. She
Yeah.
said more and more. She was like, all of them were like 2 million and above. And I was like, you don't need this.
Yeah.
Stop being ridiculous for a moment, which caught me so off guard because my mom is, I wish she had more of that actually. I wish she wanted more.
Really?
She's so simple. She doesn't really ask for anything that isn't essential to her,
Is she
like new
grasping?
hearing aids or something like
Really?
that. Yeah, she wears hearing aids. She's had like some dental problems and stuff like that, so I've gotten her like new teeth and stuff. So she doesn't ask for anything extravagant. She doesn't ask for any experiences or trips, which is what I wish she asked for more. I try to get her to experience more stuff
Yeah.
because I feel like she doesn't live much, which is
Well,
what I
but,
want for my family.
You'll get her to do some of those things, I bet.
I think so. Like
Maybe
she
if you
just
do some of them together too. It might
Well,
be.
she flew to LA like the summer before COVID for the first time.
Mhm.
And I was so excited to take her around to see all the touristy things. And
Yeah.
a lot of people don't realize there's not a lot to do in LA as a tourist.
Right.
There's like the key 5 to 7 things that like,
Yeah.
you're like, okay, Hollywood Boulevard, Santa Monica Pier, maybe the
Yeah.
Griffith Observatory or something like
Sure.
that. But you can do all that in a weekend. After
Yeah.
that, there's not much else to do. I took her to go do all those things, and I took her to Hollywood Boulevard. She goes, it's not like the movies.
Yeah.
I go, nah,
And this is it.
It's not.
Yeah.
She's not impressed by much.
Sure.
So I wish she wanted to go do more things, but she doesn't express what those interests are. I don't know what a lot of my mom's interests or like wants are,
Interesting.
and I wish I did, but she also might not have any. Some people are just so blue collar that like their whole life is wake up, go to your 9 to 5,
Yeah.
come home, cook dinner, watch
True.
TV every day for the rest of your life. And
Yeah.
you're so happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, but also like, you know, maybe getting some of the opportunities presented will change some of those things. you
Yeah,
know?
very well could be.
I mean, it could be like, you know, hey, mom, you ever been to Hawaii or something?
yeah,
And
you ever
then-
been naked skydiving?
There you go. You ever
Yeah.
get banged from the skydiving instructor from
Fuck, I
behind?
don't want to think about that.
She's like, actually, that's a very cool idea.
Actually, I'll tell you just how.
I would love to open up the chute above a barn with horses and then.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking throw up. I'll tell you how white trash and non-extroverted my mom is. Like this is how bad she is at going outside and talking to other people.
Yeah.
She just found out maybe a year ago that her current boyfriend used to be her second cousin.
Used to be?
Yeah, through marriage.
Oh, okay.
And that marriage got divorced.
Okay.
But I was like, there's 8 billion people in the
You
world.
just found this out.
Gotta fuck this guy
Yeah.
who you might have met at some point in your life before.
Probably. How long have they been together now?
Like 2 years, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
So are they grasping, like your mom especially, what's happening with you? Like they get it?
I think they know I think they know I'm doing well.
Yeah.
But I don't think they understand like the full extent.
Yeah, don't
of-
tell them.
What do you mean?
Don't explain to them exactly what. Just let them. Go
Well, it's
like,
hard because it's like
going well.
who do I revel in the accomplishments with? You know,
Not
what I mean? It
her.
has to be my friends.
Yeah.
My mom doesn't get it at all.
Don't break it down for her. She'll be like, "Oh, get me that fucking barn." Like, yeah, yeah.
Dude, by the way, you know what she settled for instead of the horses? Goats.
Oh, she's got goats now.
She wants goats, so eventually she'll get some fucking goats.
You're gonna believe me. You don't want her to know. Don't just be like, I'm working.
I just want her to be proud for the right reasons.
Yeah, I'm sure she is, man. I mean, it's got to be, it's got to be a thrill. Like I have kids that are young, but it's got to be so thrilling for a parent to see that happen.
How many kids do you have?
Two
How old?
boys. They're boys. 5 and 7.
5, 7. And what are their interests at this age?
The 7-year-old likes video games. He likes Roblox, Minecraft.
Okay.
He's really into that stuff.
That's all very normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little math whiz. He's a cool, eccentric kind of kid. Like great
Autistic?
personality. Not autistic, no.
No, okay. Just good at stuff. Okay.
Just good at stuff. And then the 5-year-old, it's just cars. It is cars.
There's the autism. Got it. Got it.
Cars. And I thought I liked cars as a kid. This dude gets into cars, turns them on. Like, and people are like, turns them on. He's like, is there a clutch? And then he just pushes the clutch, turns the car on, revs the engine, turns it off. He's like, what other cars you got? He gets on.
Really?
We went to a place, he turned on 40 cars. And the guy was like, what the fuck is happening?
Where'd you go? There's 40 cars.
It was like a car dealership, and they were like, is he turning on every car? I go, if you let him, yeah. Yeah.
He's co-signing on this. So
He will start every car.
Does he have a favorite car?
The funny thing is, I go like, what's your favorite car? He's like, Toyota. And I go,
He just knows name brands.
yeah, he knows like 40 from their emblems. And he's like, oh, there's a Subaru. I'm like, Jesus, how do you know this shit? But I go, what's your favorite car? He's like, Toyota. He's like, will you get one? I go, no, way above a Toyota.
He has no concept that he can do better than
I'm
Toyota.
like, dude, what are you talking about? You see my cars. What are you talking about? Toyota. He's like, I love Toyotas. I'm like,
That's
okay.
so funny. I love that he's nerdy about it at such a young age.
Loves it. It is the only thing he gives a shit about.
Really?
Totally.
That's autism, man.
Yeah,
100%. Have you had him tested?
yeah, he's
You did have him tested?
No,
Oh,
no,
come on, man.
no,
I'm
he's
curious.
No, he's I don't think he's autistic. He's pretty like because he likes cars that much.
Yeah, man. Too concentrated on one thing is a little concerning. Like he's
Really?
he's either autistic, which is awome, or he's working on a manifesto.
Cramp. Oh fuck.
Cramp
hamstring
right now?
Yeah, hamstring cramp. Fuck. God, I know.
You have a baseball on the back of your leg?
No, I'm holding it. Hamstring just cramped up. We did
it's the
deadlifts right
worst.
before I came here.
By the way, you look great, man.
Thanks, bro.
You look fantastic.
Thanks,
How much
man.
are you down over the past year?
The past year,
Yeah.
probably like around 40 pounds or something.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What made you want to make that change?
Just being sick of it.
Of just being fat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like, or just being like, you feel like unfulfilled potential. Like you're just like, I know I could do better.
Yeah.
And you're always, it's bothering you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
But you're like, I'd like to do, but you do like these half-ass versions of it.
Yeah.
Eat clean for like a week or two, or like work out for 5 days.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I don't know, you just write back to your thing. So it was just like, I just want to address this. So it's just like slowly going after something,
Now, do you feel like it's affected you on stage, like being in better shape, or because you're so established, you've been established as a comedian, people already respect your comedy?
I don't think
Do you get any shit being like, "Oh, Tom's changed. He got skinny now.
Yes.
He's trying to be something else now." Like, do
yeah,
you get that?
but I completely dismiss and ignore that like
Good.
100%.
Good.
I mean, yeah, it's dudes.
Which is insane.
Yeah, they go bring back Fat Tom
Why?
because they go like that's when I found you, or that's what I liked you more than you were fun. I'm like, this is nonsense.
Because of the way I look. That's
I mean, that's
insane.
it's nonsense. I completely. I mean, I'll never entertain it. I don't pay any mind to it. I don't respond to it.
Oh, you're better than I am, dude.
Really?
I'll copy and paste tour dates in a comment section and be like, "Pull up, pussy." Like I'm waiting to fight somebody at a venue. I can't fucking wait.
Okay.
Cannot fucking wait, dude.
You gotta let that go, dude.
I know that's me being 27 and egotistical, but
yeah.
it's just I
No.
can't stay. I threatened to fuck somebody's grandma one time.
For talking
I
shit
DM'd her.
for because she said some shit to you.
The grandson said some shit to me.
What'd he say?
I was in Chicago. It was summer of 2021, and he just started going in on typical shit. Not funny, all
Yeah,
this kind of shit. And I had time.
Yeah.
Which is a huge misconception, by the way. When people's instinctual rebuttal on the internet is go, "Oh, you have all this time to respond to people." Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I woke up at 4 p.m. Didn't have to work till 8.
Yeah.
I have so much time.
I have time.
right?
Yeah.
So we start to go back and forth, and he's saying all this mean shit. So I go to his profile, obviously, which is what you do
Yeah.
when you have an online beef. You go,
Yeah.
I gotta find some ammo.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he had posted a picture with his grandma, and I was in Chicago, and
Yeah.
he also happened to be in Chicago. So I DM'd his grandma like the nastiest, freakiest shit I could think of, like trying to smash. Like
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna come in your IV, like the nastiest shit I could think of.
Yeah.
Like deliver some deep dick pizza, whatever
Yeah.
Chicago puns I could think of.
Sure.
And he was fucking livid.
Yeah,
dude. He
yeah.
was like, I'm gonna fucking find you. I'm gonna fly to one of your shows. And I was like, cool, I'll buy you
Cool.
2 tickets, one for you and your
Yeah.
grandma. Just come through, dude.
Yeah.
His grandma
sometimes
never
it's-
answered it, but I was like, I wanted his family to know
Yeah.
that they raised
They
a
can get
fucking
it too.
pussy.
Yeah. I did one time. A guy was like you're fat or something. So I went to his profile,
Uh-huh.
and the picture was him and his mom,
Oh.
and his mom was a pretty big lady. So I just wrote to him. I go, "Is the pig in your profile your mother?" And he wrote back, "LOL," and I was like, "Is that a yes?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "So you have you're dishing this out, and that's the fucking person that bred you a
Mommy
fucking
issues. Yeah.
a literal fucking animal."
Yeah.
So I don't know. That was fun,
Dude, the
Yeah.
courage of people on the internet is
Yeah, of course.
fucking
And they don't want
unbelievable.
any of this. I'll tell
Nah,
you that
dog.
right
Show them.
now.
Show them what
What's
happens.
up, dog? You don't want this
It's
shit.
nuts, man. Just trolls that live at home talking the most amount of shit.
Of course. But that's what I'm saying is that, like, people say whatever, like all this stuff. I don't know, dude. You got I'm focused on all these other things.
Yeah.
And I go like, I really don't have time. I don't even want to like entertain it. I'm like, okay, Like,
Yeah. I
gotta go.
don't know. I don't know why I can't.
you will. You'll let it go because it's gonna be the more you're working and the more opportunities you get and the more things you have going on, you'll realize you have less time and less interest in
Yeah.
responding and engaging.
It just makes it hard to navigate who you want to be, I think, because if so many people think you're this and expect you to
But-
be this,
Let me ask
it's
you
really
this,
hard
though.
to not turn into that.
Let me
'Cause
ask
you go,
you this,
well, if you're
though.
gonna think I'm an asshole anyway, why don't I just be an asshole?
But
If I'm being nice and you already think I'm an asshole,
you're having this incredible success, right? And then you think about like Taylor Swift, Tom Cruise, somebody with an enormous following.
mhm.
I mean, if someone's like, Taylor Swift, your music sucks, do you think that she's like, I need to fucking engage this person?
Yeah.
No, right? Why?
yeah.
Because she's like, I have better things to do. I'm doing a stadium tonight and then
Yeah.
another one tomorrow. And I'm like, I'm focused on my work. Hey, Tom Cruise, your movie sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
I have fucking 5 more in production coming. Like, there's a point where you're just going to be like, yeah, I'm a pretty busy guy with a lot going on.
Yeah.
And if you think I suck, God bless. I got things to do.
I think it's just scary how much power those kind of people do have because there's a subculture of cancel culture. Like getting canceled is due to something you did or at least allegedly did, right?
Right.
But there's a subculture of people who like you didn't do anything wrong, but people just don't like you
Sure.
enough that they
Yeah.
go, let's all collectively get together. If we all just talk about how much we fucking hate this person so much, it'll spread. I'll give you an example of that, and it's really not fair, and I'm guilty of it. Is like I met John Mayer the other night, right, at MSG with Chappelle,
Yeah.
and I'd never met him before. I wasn't the most familiar with his music, but all I'd ever heard
Great
was
watches.
that he was a douchebag.
Oh,
I
really?
had heard he was an asshole and a douchebag the entire time. So my impression of him, without knowing him, was I was like,
This guy's
I heard he's
yeah.
an asshole. Like I don't know
Yeah.
if I want to meet him or whatever. And he came up to me and was the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy, I immediately felt such guilt that I had any kind of preconceived notion of him
Yeah.
whatsoever. But I realized, I was like, that shit spreads. People not liking you is contagious,
Mm-hmm.
even if there's for no reason whatsoever. And that's the kind of stuff that could make its way to not just regular people who are going to come out, who were thinking about coming out to shows, and then somebody told them I was an asshole, and they go, oh, well, then maybe I don't want to spend the money to come see him. And that can make its way into studio heads and networks.
But
And they
can
go,
I tell you
people
something?
don't like him, so
I'll tell you something about that though. You have zero control over that. Zero. You have zero control over what people say about you, especially when your profile grows and is at a large. You have zero. Here's what you do control: who you are as a person, how hard you work at your craft, how you treat people.
yeah.
Like those things you do control. So if everyone's like, Matt's an asshole, he's a cunt of a person, blah, 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 and you're like, you know what? I'm nice to people. I treat people with respect. Then you know that that narrative is a false narrative. And the most you can do, best you can do is ignore it and keep being a good person, keep treating people well,
Yeah.
keep putting on the best shows you can put on. And that's who you are. You're not who people say you are. You know who you are.
Yeah, I think I need to focus less on how can I get everybody on my side and get
You
everybody to
can't.
like, rather than just being like, okay, if I have, let's say, 16 million people that follow me on TikTok, I have 16 million fans on
Crazy.
this thing, right?
Yeah.
Why don't I just focus on pleasing those people who have
Just-
given me the career that I've had?
I mean, it's like, you know what? When people are like, you suck, I think the thing to really think is you go, there's some people that think I'm pretty great. And guess what? I'm going to play to them.
Yeah,
I'm going to play to them and enjoy this experience with
Yeah.
them. And these people who are like, you're the worst, be like, all right, there's a whole bunch of other people. I hope you find someone you enjoy.
yeah,
And then just, enjoy what you have.
yeah. The only thing I've been focused on is like I would love to get more guy fans, and they're
Yeah.
coming in.
They're-
They're trickling in
they're
slowly
gonna
but
come
surely,
in,
and I
man.
love it.
I'll send some your way.
Oh, for the love of God!
Send some of that hot tail over here. Matt has a Netflix special coming out in November called Natural Selection.
Yeah.
You're going to shoot it in...
I'm shooting it end of September 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C.
at the Constitution Hall.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing place.
So
Amazing.
excited, man.
It's so cool. Very happy for you. Happy
you,
for all
man.
your success. So much going on. Don't lose your mind. Don't get AIDS. Have fun out there. Get your mom those horses. and
Fuck no, dude.
no, it was really fun. Thanks for coming by today, dude. It was a great time.
Thank you, man. It was great to chat with you.
Yeah, I
Thank
hope
you.
we do it again. All right. See you guys next week.
Bert and Tom.
ready in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Where my mom's at? Where my mom's wearing thongs, hitting bongs at? Raising kids, cleaning shits, need a long nap. Where my mom's at?
Where my mom's at podcast with Christina P.
Wise Guys in Shart Lake Teddy Pootah. I added an early show. I don't know if those tickets are there. And then Madison Wisconsin Comedy Club on State. Get those tickets, ChristinaPOnline.com. Buy my red lipstick. I'm so excited. There's new developments coming on that. Satva Mattress Company. Look, you've heard me talk about them for a million years. Why? Because I sleep on a Satva mattress. And after I got our first luxury firm king size way back when, I was hooked on this company because I believe in their product. It's a quality product made in the USA with organic cotton. I mean, everything is so high quality, and you can get a gigantic bed for a fraction of the cost of what you would normally pay at a place that has like a retail store. Why? Because Satva doesn't have a storefront. They're not paying salesmen. And you're like, but Christina, how do you buy a mattress without trying it? Don't worry about it. Buy the mattress. They'll ship it to you. Try it for 90 days. If you don't like it, send it back. Okay? That's even better than a store where you go and you sit on it for 2 seconds and you feel like you don't know that. You don't know the dang mattress. Try it out. Satva.com/the shit for $200 off your next Satva purchase. And listen, with that, I'm so pumped to introduce you to this next comedian. You guys are going to love her story. You're going to love her. She's just so fucking rad. She's the next big thing who's going to be at the Apollo. Hello, that's a huge theater on November 9th in Judork Titties. Zhao Ying Summers, everybody!
Hi.
I
I'm
love it.
so excited to be here.
I'm so happy you're here.
I've been admiring you and looking up to you and watching you since I started comedy.
You're kidding.
I am serious. I started the open mics at the Floppers and all over the place, and you would headline, and I would just sneak in to watch you.
Listen, you've got such a crazy story, and I want people to know it because they're going to love you even more. Like, okay, first of all, you're Chinese. There's like no Chinese comedians, period. And then a female comic on top of it who's a mother of 2. And so it's just so crazy. And I mean, English isn't even your first language.
Yeah, I learned English when I was in Kentucky when I was 18. It was bad. It was really bad. I still don't speak English, but I'm charging money for it, so I'm being Chinese.
You guys, you've noticed she's so popular. You have to look her up on TikTok. You have to see how funny she is because, you know, there's so many assumptions about Asian women being polite and being submissive and this and that. And not you, bitch. I love it.
I mean, if you see an old Asian lady, you know, they are not submissive. They will
not.
pick you out. Yeah.
They will fuck you up.
Yeah, they'll eat your turtle and kill you. Like, they'll do whatever. Oh my God, Asian moms are brutal.
They're the worst.
Yeah,
so,
they are.
No, so I can say that because I almost had an Asian mother-in-law. I almost married a Taiwanese guy before time. Don't tell him. And they're very demanding.
They are.
And so your mom helps you with your kids, and
She helps me with my kids, but she also demands my soul
yeah,
to pay for it. Yeah.
your soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the most annoying thing she does?
She just keep trying to tell me that my daughter is so much better than me when I was. Your daughter's skin's so white because in China they are colored, like they
Yeah.
colorism. They think white skin's beautiful, dark skin's not. But in America, if
Same.
you are not tan, you can't afford vacation.
Right.
In China, if you are not pale, you have to work at the farm. So it's just people don't understand. I can't. I try to convince her mom I'm beautiful in America. My dark skin is good. Big lips is good. She's like, Americans' eyes are bigger. They should see better. It was so brutal. But she made me famous in China because that clip went viral in China. All the Chinese girls are like, my mom is the same way. They are so
Yes.
abusive. So now my mom's like, oh, 800 million views. What should I do next? Slap you on camera? Whatever, make you more famous. I'll do whatever. She's just annoying. It's like she cannot stop telling me that I'm not pretty. Like I'm pretty.
know.
She cannot say. She's like, you are not pretty. You are the smart one. It's okay. You don't have to be pretty too. I'm like, but I'm not ugly in America. She's like, yes, you are. I just don't know why. Like I try to tell her I'm pretty, but she don't buy
They
it.
never. But see, this is, and I think if you don't have immigrant parents, Americans really cannot wrap their head around how fucking cruel and traumatized our parent. Now I'm a Eastern European, so we had communism. You're Chinese. What part of China are you guys from?
Henan, like
Hunan.
close to Beijing. Like
I'm sorry, did you like how I corrected your
Hunan,
accent? I was like,
yes.
it's Hunan.
It's
That's how you
Hunan.
say it. Hunan.
Yes.
Very delicious food.
We have good food, and we also have amazing child labor. I really think child labor should be legal. You know, like the kids should learn like how to work hard. You know, they should make our jewelries, smaller fingers, putting little diamonds, and they should work. When they work hard, they understand. They are not mad at us because they just. I think it's good for the kids.
It's
to
good
work.
for the kids to work. Get
Yeah,
them motivated.
I really think so.
early.
My son, he always work. Like we would watch Paw Patrol, you know, like a car got blown up. Like, mommy, that's scary, so painful. As the pause the TV, I would just stop. I said, Winston, I did not use epidural when I gave birth to you. That's what happened to my vagina. So go get me some green tea and rub my feet. He just do that. He's like, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm like, you should.
Yeah.
We should make them feel guilty about it.
For sure,
Ruin
all
our
the
life
time.
because we are giving our life to them. They should
Giving-
feel guilty about it.
They should feel guilty, and also it's the trauma that honestly motivated me and motivated you, I imagine, to get the fuck out of Kentucky when you dropped from Hunan, right? You went
Yes.
from Hunan to Kentucky.
Hunan to Kentucky.
Now, how did you get to Kentucky?
Well, I wanted. So when I was a little girl, I just really like to perform. But the thing is, in China, they think I wasn't pretty and I cannot be in school plays. For Alice in Wonderland, I played a tree stump. Like they would not let me do anything. They said you can blink. I'm just like, what? Can I play the goat at least? They're like, no, you can't. No. So it's just like I cannot. And I just happen to don't believe that I'm not pretty. I know
You're
I know
gorgeous.
they want the white, skinny little bleached asshole
Yeah.
girls to be
Yes.
in the front. You can see all the K-pop, right? Like all the K-drama.
Yeah.
They are so skinny. They are so white. They are kissing
Yeah.
in front, all the leading men, and then all the dark-skinned, thick bitches like me marking the floor in the back. You're like, I'm here, but they just don't show us. But we are not all white like that in Asia. They are like dark-skinned like me. And I was watching like my cousin. She opened a video shop. She borrowed some money from my mom. My mom gave her some money, and in exchange, she babysit me after school. I watch all the Hollywood movies.
Wow.
I see Halle Berry. I see like all the Latinas,
Yes.
like the 10 beautiful skinned women. Like I'm like, why are they beautiful? Why I'm ugly? Something wrong with these people's standard. I'm going to America.
Good for you.
So I just applied for school, begged my mom, and she asked me to raise my first year tuition in 2 days, which is like a no. But I took my bicycle and I went to my high school classmate. I tutored her.
Order filled.
math, and her father is rich. I'm like, you should make me and your daughter god sisters because I'm gonna be so successful, and your daughter is kind of like a little weak, you know. Maybe it's better. He's like, you know what? I know I like your mom's super restaurant. You know, you're not gonna go anywhere, so let's just do that. And he did the feng shui. Find out I'm good for his money luck, so I become his goddaughter. And
Is that
so
true? Are you
it's
being
true.
Are you being honest?
It's
with me?
true. So my
So he really thought he did his numbers. He
20
did
grand.
his charts. He gave you 20 grand.
18 years old, 20 grand. He sent my mom the money. She's like, I was kidding with her. She's not going to America. This is a joke. He's like, she's getting the money, so I don't care. She's my goddaughter now. My mom's like, fuck. So it's like, okay, now you're going to America, but you're going to apply school on your own, and I don't give a fuck. Get your visa and go. If you can't get it done this summer, you know, you are staying in China. I just applied for like 20 schools. I got my first one from University of Kentucky.
You hear that, guys? By any means necessary.
Yeah,
You
I
went to I've
Yeah.
been to Kentucky. That is gnarly.
and it's amazing.
can't
People ask
believe-
me, they're like, Kentucky, really?
Yeah,
I'm
which
like,
that's who they let you
yes,
in.
yeah. Nobody lies about going to Kentucky. You think
Yeah.
I lie about this?
Well, now that my parents ended up in Windsor, Ontario, which is a shit ball too, and it's like, well, because that's who took us. You know what I mean? You don't get dropped off in L.A. or New York usually.
Yeah.
You start in the shittiest part of the country.
But
and
we
then
are
you work your way.
immigrants. You are
Yeah.
Eastern European
Yeah.
communists. Like
Yeah.
you can go
Yeah.
from a shithole to New York. You know, it's, as long as you are on the U.S. soil, you can go anywhere.
Yes. So you landed in Kentucky, and did you speak any English?
I got lost in the airport. I was following this little boy. He's a baby. His mom is carrying him. He's the only person who interact with me because nobody understand my English. I don't speak any. So I just following him with a panda, and he's smiling. Finally his parents are like, okay, let's talk to this Chinese girl. I just said I should transfer to Lexington. It was in Chicago O'Hare Airport, and he's a priest, and he's like, we are also going to Lexington. So Jesus took me to Lexington.
That's amazing. But isn't that's what happens?
It
though,
is
sometimes.
beautiful. It's
It is
beautiful.
Yeah.
And then they invite me to this like a basketball watching party, and I met my first friends, two beautiful American girls who went to Singapore who speak Chinese. So we start teaching each other. I teach
In
her
Lexington,
Chinese.
Kentucky.
Yes, it's amazing.
That's amazing. And then I mean, obviously you started funny. I think comedy is something that either you're born with or you're not. And then you have to have the psychotic discipline
Yes.
to pursue that gift. So you have both of these things. So what prompted you? You're in Kentucky. Did you graduate, or were you like, fuck this, let's go to LA?
I left the last semester because I read Brad Pitt left the last semester and become a star. So I just left. I was saving money to go to LA.
Good for you.
So I was saving money to go to LA, and I learned theater on the side, but I learned business because I don't want to be a
Yes.
starving artist. I want
Yes.
to have money.
I love it.
So I don't want wait table because I was working 9 jobs on Craigslist, changing diapers for old ladies and working in all restaurants, and it was awful. But I did
Order
all the
filled.
shitty work, and then I decided to learn business. So I went to LA 2013. I started taking acting classes. But the auditioning, when I auditioned for John Singleton's TV show Rebel, I started improvising, and he started laughing. He fell off his chair. He walked over me, over the table. It was easy. He's black. He walked fast. He has his phone playing Ali Wong's Baby Cobra. He's like, "Do you know what this is?" I said, "What's this?" He said, "This is stand-up comedy, and you should do this. You're gonna be a star."
Wow.
He said, "I'm like, oh my God, do I have a job now?" He's like, "Hell no, I don't understand a word you said, honey." It was like a black girl. She's the lead. She's a cop, and her sidekick is a Chinese girl who knows kung fu. It's Rush Hour on a budget. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, you've been doing stand-up just for 4 years, you guys, and she's already headlining the Apollo November 9th in New York City. That is a major gig. Do you know that I think only one other comic I've heard of do that was Phyllis Diller. And
Oh my God, I love Phyllis
I
Diller.
love Phyllis Diller too. And she started late in life at 35 years old with 5 or 6 kids at the time, I believe. And she made it to Carnegie Hall in 5 years. So this
Amazing.
is, you may have beaten a legend
Oh my
already
God.
getting into the Apollo. That's,
Abusive husband is the best gift for female comedians.
you know, it's so funny. I think, okay, let's be honest for a minute. I do think the amount of abuse and trauma you suffer is like, it's directly proportionate to your sympathy, your empathy for the human race. And then if you can make something funny out of it, it makes you way funnier.
I think so.
The
I think
darkness.
so.
It's the darkness.
The pain.
The pain.
And people relate to your humbleness.
Yes.
And also being so generous, willing
Yes.
to rip your heart open to show them that you are a piece of shit. And they were like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I feel this.
I feel this. Now, what do you think? Because I know everyone's thinking this question and people aren't going to ask it, but I will. Why are there so few Asian comics, period? There's so few that I've ever...
I think it's just like the culture of this field, being a performer, especially being a comedian, is really bringing shame to the family.
Yes.
They just
Yeah.
feel like, first of all, like Asian people don't want to talk about their problem. Like we don't believe in therapy. And we also don't believe in like express our feelings. So they think comedians are express their feelings on stage is shameful. And so this tradition also, they just, also Asian kids, they are so traditional. They view themselves, the way they are raised is that they are extension of their parents.
Yes.
Their job is to fulfill their parents' unfulfilled dreams.
Ain't
And
that the
they are
truth?
forced to do it. And they, in their heart, they don't want to, but like, they're like, I give you birth, I can take you out. You know,
Yeah.
you feel like you own their life, and you have to become a doctor because your father didn't have the money to go. You have to become, I don't know, a lawyer because your mom wanted to
Sure.
become a lawyer, and that's your job. And after they die, you can try to do something different. But they will never die because Asian mom, they will live forever. They are waiting. We're 100 years old, right?
They're
Waiting
waiting.
in the morning, like they wake up in the morning, like I wanted to just look at my daughter's face and say, "You are fat and ugly" one more time, and that drives them to live forever.
So true.
They won't die.
They're so fucking it. Say my mom was abusive too. She'd say, "Oh, your legs are ugly. You're ugly. You're not model. You're not pretty. You're not." And but all that stuff, yeah, it just fuels the comedy. It really makes you like, and also too, I have to say, if I ever thought about leading with my looks ever, I don't think I would be successful, because if you lead with your looks, Like, for instance, if you go to Instagram and some bitch posts like some hot girl picture, what's the first thing everyone does? Oh, you're ugly, you're fat, you're old, you
Yes.
shit. But if you're just like, look, I'm fat, I'm old, I'm ugly,
Yeah.
then they go, no, you're not.
Yes.
You're so pretty. And then you're like, oh,
But
thank
you are so gorgeous. Like your face, you have
Thank
the movie
you.
star
Oh,
face.
sure. I used to. Yeah. But anyway, okay. No, I don't think so anymore. I
are.
think
You
I
are
look like
gorgeous.
my Uncle Steve. I'm aging into a handsome.
Like,
You're sweet. I don't.
I'm Bobby Lee with no eyelashes. Like I can go to Bobby. The moment I rip this off, like you would think you have Bobby here. Like
No,
it's.
do you know Bobby yet? Are you friends with Bobby?
I was on Tiger Belly.
You that?
Yes, it was so much fun. I'm like, if I remove my lashes, we are the same person.
Yeah.
I don't know why like Asian women are popular, but Asian men nobody want. Like they are Asian women with no makeup.
Can I tell you something? I love Asian men. I mean, I told you I almost married a Chinese guy. Sorry. Taiwanese. It's a very big
Yeah,
distinction.
they are very proud too.
Very proud. I love the culture. And you know what I do love is what you were saying about liking money. And
Oh,
Chinese
yeah.
culture is very like they give the red envelopes for New Year's, right?
Yes.
Money.
Money is everything.
It is. It's yes, and maybe a little too much, right? Like there needs to be love and affection and all that. That's a little harder in that
It's hard.
culture.
Yeah.
But there is something to admitting, like, no, prosperity is good. Wanting things is good, and you must be comfortable. Don't poo-poo money. I don't like
Yes.
the Americans something, corporate capitalism, fuck you. And go to China. See how
Yes.
that works out for you.
I love money. I'm
Yeah,
a
I
single
love it too.
mom. Whoever is gonna write me a check is my friend. You can call me a chinky bitch. I would be your friend. I want my money. My daughter need a diaper. Like she's chubby. She need to go to piano school. Like
Yeah.
I need money. I
You
don't
need
care.
money.
Yeah.
So I love this. I love it. I just love you. I think you are.
love
I
you.
think you're just. You're what comedy has fucking been looking for so long, and I think it took this long in like women's evolution and whatever cultural revolution to have you, because you're gonna. Ali Wong. She ushered in this whole era, and now I think you're gonna usher in a whole new dialect because you've also brought into like single motherhood and. God damn, dude.
First generation immigrant. First generation. First generations they are the worst. I'm the like
the worst.
yeah. I'm still proud to be this weird me love you long time whore, and I'm not trying to have any nice American accent. I don't want to fit in because I'm not gonna
Don't
fit
fit
in.
in.
Like I cannot even stand outside the Melrose Comedy Club I own because everybody want to get their nails done. It's just hard.
I love it. I'm going to show you a video. Let's show her. I found this TikTok a while back. This girl is telling her Asian mom, "I love you." And this is probably the funniest fucking thing, if you know anything about Asian culture. You have your. Oh, you have your.
Calling my Asian tiger mom and just telling her, I love you. We have never said this.
Hello?
Hi, Mom.
Hello?
Yeah, Mama?
Yeah?
Yeah, hi. Just want to call you. So, yeah, just want to tell you I love you.
Oh, who?
It's me, Tammy.
Who?
It's me.
Yeah, who love me? Who
I-
love me?
I love you.
Hayden?
No, I love
Oh
you.
my God. Oh my God, surprise. What happened?
Nothing happened. I just want to call you, tell you I love you.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Something wrong to you?
Can I just not call and tell you I love you?
Oh no, yeah, because since you are 30 years old, first time mommy here like that, I'm so surprised.
Oh.
So surprising.
You
Ba cái hay bà
Okay.
chung má.
Yeah, I just wanted to call you to tell you I love you, okay? You're gonna tell me you love me too or what?
No, okay.
No.
Okay. Mommy's so busy right now, okay?
Mommy's so.
That's what I say to Winston every day.
Is that your mom right there? Like, is that how she is?
My mom would be worse.
Yeah. What would she say? She's like, "Mom, I love you."
She's like, oh, I don't want to hear this right now. I don't want to hear this right now. Like, I don't need this right now. I don't want to hear this sugar thing. Like, I want you to do something real. Like, get yourself a husband and get famous and rich, and don't say this nonsense to me and wasting my time. I'm making dumplings right now, wasting my time.
Yeah.
She'll be angry.
Yeah.
She's like, why would you say this nonsense? What do you mean? It's meaningless. It means nothing.
But Asian mom cooking does slap pretty hard. Does she do
Yeah.
good dumplings?
She owns restaurants and she make dumplings. She can cook. She can like she can cook. And
What's her jam? What does she make? That's
She
really
makes
good.
all kind of food like dumplings
I love
and
those
duck and she just makes everything. She
You
can
know,
cook.
I like my ex's mom used to make Coke ribs. She marinate the ribs.
Oh, the
doesn't it?
ribs. It's
Yeah.
delicious. Coke. It's Coke. So it's
Coca-Cola.
like it's coated like it look red.
Yeah,
Oh my
shit's
god, it's
so good,
delicious.
too. Chinese
It's
is
sweet.
fucking best, dude.
Oh my god.
Therapy. You know you want to try it. You've been depressed. You've been anxious forever. Why not take that first step and try Talkspace? I'm telling you, I've been doing therapy for years. It's the one thing that has changed the quality of my life completely. And you can do it now with Talkspace. With Talkspace, you can sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, and typically within 48 hours. So there's no waiting. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your home. Can you believe that? You don't have to go anywhere. It's amazing. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. I mean, I got to tell you, therapy has been the one thing that, I don't even know how people don't see a therapist at this point. You know, you need somebody to guide you. My goodness. Talkspace, it's affordable and in network with most major insurers. There's really no excuse. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/WMMA. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com/WMMA to get $80 off of your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/WMMA. Let's play. I want to play some of your clips. Let's play some of Zhao Ying's videos. So you guys, of these, which one would you want my audience to see to get familiar with you? Because I think that's so cool. You have a 4 and a 2-year-old.
I think it's funny. Let's do Uber Karen because I think
Do
people
Uber
love
Karen.
Uber Karen, my character, like a racist Asian woman.
Hi, I'm Uber Karen. Welcome to my Uber.
There's a baby.
Yes, I'm taking her to school.
Thought this was an Uber X. Like, you can't bring your.
Oh yeah, she has to go to school and her father left. Actually, you're lucky. The red light here has camera, so I can drop her off at the curb. Yeah,
That's
there's
terrible.
camera. Nobody's gonna take her. There's camera. Security.
That's
America.
No, you should. That's fine. Okay, you can keep it here.
So sweet of you. 你是中国人吗?
Sure.
Oh, you speak Chinese. That's perfect. This is the book, you know, the teacher asked me to read for her. I don't have time. Could you just like be a cutie pie and just like read her
Be a cutie
this
pie.
杜汉江另外
Hilarious.
英书段京东下富春 But I can't do it while driving.
杜汉江岭外樱树断，京东富丽春，金香情更。
Excuse me, sir. I feel like your accent is not really authentic. Your Mandarin is not.
What's wrong with my accent?
It sounds like a very northern and rude. Where are you from?
It's the standard accent. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't want her to sound so arrogant because people from Beijing, they are very entitled. I don't want my daughter to be exposed to the toxic energy. I don't think we should speak Chinese to her.
I love it. I love it. You know what's so cool about Chinese people is like, and my ex used to say this all the time, that they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they just don't
They
like.
don't give a fuck.
If you wanted to know what you look like, you just go to see your Chinese friend's mom.
They tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Oh,
look
wow,
fat.
you're fat. Don't eat.
Yep. They tell you that straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look fat. You look fat. Well, and also in Japanese culture, I had some Japanese friends in college, and those girls were forever trying try to stay thin, say tiny, tiny, tiny,
Yes.
tiny. And yes, they had like masks. I remember when I went to Korea to bleach their skin. To make the skin white. It's so
white
crazy.
skin, like they want to. In Chinese, we say 一白遮千丑. Like if you are white, it's gonna cover 100% of your ugliness.
It's funny. It's funny. Meanwhile, we're trying to get tan. Like we go
I
to
know.
tanning
It's
salons.
so people need to
stupid.
know, like, you know, you are beautiful the way you are. It's cheesy, but it is.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, I agree. You just
It's the same as hair. You and I, we have silky
Yeah,
hair. We want
yeah.
big
You
curly,
want big curly hair.
curly, romantic, big. The big
Never
one,
gonna
the one with
work.
the big curly one. it just go flop like my hair. It's so soft.
I know.
But some people, all friends with big curlies, my Jew girlfriends, they're like, I want your hair. I'm like, I want yours. I can hide a knife if I kill my husband in there.
So, okay, so you've got the 2 kids. That's crazy. And you're juggling comedy right now. So does mom stay with the kids when you're on the road?
Yes, my mom, I have a full-time nanny. She helped my mom. I'm their slave. I make money and all the money goes to the kids' school. After my divorce, I just stopped to fly like coach, but I still kept the kids in this good school.
Good.
My daughter got in school. I kept her in the same school with my son. I'm a feminist.
Yeah.
She didn't deserve that, but I try to be like American. And
are they still doing that in China? Are they killing the girls?
They actually, the girls, even the ugly ones, because of in the 90s, 80s, all the girls are gone. They only keep the boys. Now there's like a 1 girl and 20 guys.
Yeah,
you can
that's
be
right.
you can be ugly as fuck. You be like, you want this pussy? You're gonna give me 20 cars for my 20 brothers because they are so broke, and 20 houses. Then I can give my ugly
Order
pussy to you.
filled.
And the guys are like, they don't have a choice. They're like, fuck.
I
We have to
love
be
that.
with ugly bitches now, and they are so expensive because you're like, there's no women. Women are so expensive because the ratio is off.
See, and I like this too about Chinese women, and also Eastern Europeans are similar, is that we value our pussies, and we tell you like, no. If you want entry into my body,
Yes.
you got to come with something. You
Yeah.
bring things to the table. It's not just like, look, I'm old. I'm a dinosaur. I don't believe in like putting yourself on apps and just letting any scumbag on
No.
the street come inside of you. And you're like, dude, what's in it for women? Honestly, I really don't see what's in it for us. And maybe that's my Eastern Europeanness.
I agree. My little tiny Chinese I extra your wallets. Like I want to extra your wallet before I can talk to you because my time is valuable. Like I have 2 kids, and I just feel like I need to know if we're on the same like level. I don't believe in share the bills.
No.
My
That's
pussy dries
that's-
like
oh, my pussy
when I
dries
hear
too.
sharing the bill. I'm just like
I hate
no.
it. Can I tell you, when my husband and I were at our brokest, poorest, he never made me split bills. He was always like, no,
That's the real man.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's attractive.
He's also like his parents are from Peru. So Peru, so he's like a like a real like that's like it's belong to Latin South America, right?
Real Latin flavors.
Oh
Latin
yeah.
vibes,
Yeah, they don't let women pay shit.
No, that's great. What
Yeah.
would they say in China? How do they, like, if you had to date somebody, the guy has to take you out and pay for everything, right?
Yeah, he
Like-
pays for everything, and also like you have to buy iPhones for my cousins and my. I mean, my cousin makes the iPhones, but like you have to buy it for them and like bring cash. Also, first time you meet the parents, you have to bring cash in
You
a
bring cash.
suitcase.
For sure. It'd be like, this
Yeah.
is what I got. This
Yeah.
is what I have. And also, I remember, I don't know if Chinese girls are still doing this, but they would change their names to like celebrity names. Like I met a Chinese girl named Madonna in the 90s. They would pick like crazy names like that. Is that still popular?
Oh yeah, they love famous names. They just love famous
Like
names.
Britney Spears.
Yeah, they have
and-
Order
Britney Spears, they
filled.
have- just like they have Angelina Jolie. They have all like they want to name my name was like Catherine. I want Catherine Zeta-Jones when I was in college.
That's a good one.
Then I met a Catherine. It's very ugly. I'm like, oh my god. There's other Catherine. It kind of equals out, become not average. I'm like, no, I can't do this.
can't do
I'm just
that.
gonna go back to my real name.
So what's the biggest shock to you about American culture when you landed in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, first time in my life, I saw people so fat they had to sit on a thing that moves, and I don't understand. Like you have American citizenship, like get a job. I don't feel bad for people begging food. I can't. I just don't. I think if you are a kid, you are 5, you should be working, and like if you are sitting there asking me for money, I don't understand. I'm like you can move. You're gonna go. You're gonna go to work. Like I just don't understand. Like they are so fat. They just they can't drink water. They drink Coca-Cola and they drink broccoli cheese soup. They just don't. They can't. Like water tastes nasty. I'm just like, what? Why? Why would you do this?
Why?
I'm so shocked.
Because in China they're not eating broccoli cheese soup. Well,
They can't take cheese because
no,
the Chinese
lactose
people don't.
intolerant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. Why? Also, the food is so salty.
So salty.
So much sodium.
So much sodium.
People try to kill like.
Wait, who was it? Us we were talking about the other day. Why Asian people don't have dairy, but they had something else. But they eat. Cows? Or was that the Hindus? Anyway, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I'm weaning off Lexapro. I got lots of brain pops this week. They're called brain zaps. So I like look to the right and I'm like my brain just restarts every now and then. It's been a fun week, you guys. Lexapro. Been weaning for a while. Are you on anything? You on any antidepressants?
I just I believe in nature's selection, and if I'm sad, I should be sad because I'm not doing well in life, and if I'm not doing well in life, I should not be happy. So I don't believe in pills.
That's what's up. See,
antidepressant pill.
I feel
Zoloft things I don't believe in. I'm
love you.
If you're a piece of shit, you should feel like a piece of shit.
Yeah. See, this is what your sentiment is, and Annie and I talk about this too, is how fucking utterly weak so many Americans are about their health. For instance, one time I was headlining Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco, and I got a call from my doctor right before I get on the plane, and the doctor said, "Oh, you have blood in your urine." You know what I said? I got to headline these shows in San Francisco. I'll see you in a week. Click. And I got on the fucking plane and I headlined shows pissing blood. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got better. I healed myself.
I think is that the Eastern European bad bitch.
That's right.
Also, I really believe in because you are so powerful that like a virus can't fuck with you. You're be like I don't give a fuck about you. So you're like oh they just walk away. But if like you are not to be racist, but I suck a lot of Jewish dicks. I can say if you are a Jewish lady, you'd be like oh my god I'm gonna die. And then you get sick. You go to the hospital.
Neurotic.
And then you waste all the people's money and.
So what is it about what is this? How come the Chinese and the Eastern Europeans have this like strength in us? Is it because of communism?
Because it's a code, and you have to just like really be a bad bitch to survive there. And a communist is a survival. Starving. You are starving. Like when your mom is like, you have food, shut the fuck up.
It's so true.
Yeah, there's food to eat.
It's so true.
Do better. Yeah.
Do better. Dummy.
Yeah, do better.
But this is why immigrants come to this country. Immigrants built this country because they're, not to say that Native Americans, not the Native Americans, the people born here, they do cool shit too. But we're so fucking motivated. Immigrants. I'm so juiced up. I watched my parents come to this country with nothing, dude, and they just crushed it. They worked their dicks off. And that's the same thing I have too. Like, what are you fucking pussies? You crybaby pussies. You go, oh, COVID, 2 years of my life are ruined. What the fuck are you talking about? Go to India. Go see how fucked up India is.
I know.
Every year is COVID year there. Every day sucks in these countries.
I know. I just really want the women to just be like, no man can control you. Like your mom can't control you. You do whatever the fuck it takes. You just get so good. When you are so good. The thing is that I have women coming, you're like, oh my God, it's just not fair. I'm like, no, it's not. You're a woman. Men are going to get better opportunities, but you can be 100 times better than a man and you get what you want, bitch. Stop complaining. They fire because you are slow.
Chinese dragons right here. What year are you? What's your animal?
I'm a snake, 1990. Yes, I just I really understand though, like the Eastern European value. Like you just have to work.
Just go.
Don't complain.
Don't complain.
Don't complain. Life is not fair.
I agree, and I also think, I know right now we're trying to equalize everybody, right, with the pronouns, and I'm a Zimzer, and then I am a disabled, or I have this identity and this and that, and I understand the intent is to create equality. Yeah, good luck. Because the world is never going to be equal. There's somebody born in the right place at the right time with the right skin color and the right everything, financial, whatever, parents that were loving and supportive. That's opportunity in one place. You're never going to have all your stars align in this life. So it's up to you to be like, just fucking do it. Shut the fuck up and do it.
I really believe in that.
I too, man.
I just... when my marriage was falling apart and my husband was fighting with me and the COVID came, I'm like, before I leave him, I want a daughter. Let me get a daughter out of him because, so I got pregnant. I'm like,
you really wanted a daughter.
Yeah, I said I also wanted to get over 1 million followers this year because I'm sitting at home. So I just run 8 jokes on TikTok, whatever go viral. I write more about it. So I spent that 1 year. I got a daughter. And I got 1 million followers on TikTok. So next year when COVID is over, I can actually start to, I can have a head start because I start so late. I'm so angry I start so late. But the communist in me are like, bitch, you're going to not sleep. So I just work day in, day out. And so I want to leave.
You're not late,
I want to
Jiang-Yi.
leave my husband, so I worked very hard to leave him, so I can have enough money to take the children too.
You're my hero. You need to start teaching seminars.
I think so. I want to teach girls
Yeah.
you don't have to fuck him. You need to get the daughter out of it. Because my daughter, I know when I become a comedian, like I start working, I won't have a kid anymore. I want my daughter because my husband, at least he's handsome and tall.
Yeah.
He's smart. He's an asshole, but he's smart.
Yeah.
His major was the electrical engineer. That's why
Wow.
he's like
Chinese?
yeah, he's so good at gaslighting me, I guess.
I love you so much.
love
Will you
you.
come back and do my show again?
I would love to do your show. I would love to feature for you
Please
for
do.
Mother.
But you're doing the Apollo. You're already past.
But
what
I want to watch you though.
Okay, come
'Cause
with me
if
on the
I
road
can,
next
yeah,
year.
if I can watch you, it's like
Be amazing.
I feature for Godfrey. It's a master class. Watching you, like I don't
you're
be
so
around
sweet.
you like for days, and it would be so beneficial for me.
Do you realize you and I, with as much chutzpah as we have, you and I could just take over the East and the West.
We can.
Fuck, we got it. Let's do this, man. Let's
Yeah.
think about it.
You are Drew Barrymore and
Yeah.
Cameron Diaz combined. I'm Lucy
Yeah.
Liu. I'm Lucy Liu.
do
I'm
it.
Lucy Liu. I think it's very
East and
funny.
West. Let's do it.
I know.
Let's do it, man.
We can do it.
I'm telling you, with the TikTok, it's billions of people, and it's all. The world is changing. It's going to be a global citizenship at one point. There
Yes.
won't be any colors in 100
Everybody
years.
is gonna be looking like Obama.
100%.
I mean, I
He's
wish.
So
Oh my
hot.
god, so hot.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know.
I just.
I don't
Ugh.
care if he's gay. I don't care if he sucked dick.
I don't care.
I'd still fuck Obama.
I don't care. I want Obama. Like the only reason I don't want to go after him is because I'm afraid of Michelle.
Do you think she's a man? There's a rumor that she's a transgender.
She could be. She could be.
There's like actual memes that show Michelle Obama's dick shadows. Have you seen these? Don't you even think about editing this out. This stays.
That's hot.
I can see them panicking in the booth like,
That's
oh
hot.
no, the comments.
I would
don't
love
give
to
a
have a
shit.
threesome with Michelle and Obama.
My God, because if she does have a dick, then that would be
That'd
even
be a nice
cooler.
one.
Yeah,
That'd be a nice
Yeah,
dick.
that'd be dope, dude. One in the pink, one in the stink.
That's real black magic.
Real black magic, dude. She's
Black
hot.
magic woman.
She's fucking amazing.
She's
too.
gorgeous, and
Yeah.
she's just so powerful. Her energy.
So powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you. Actually, it's so funny. I was just having this talk today with somebody before I met you. How much of life? How much? It was about her. This woman's mother is bedridden, has COPD. That's a lung, can't breathe, and couldn't get out of bed for the last, I don't know, year. And then some big change happened in her life. And now she can get out of bed. She can walk up and down the stairs. So it's not that her health changed, but it was that her brain, her mind.
Did the husband die?
Yeah. Bitch, you guessed it. The husband was dragging her down, I
Oh
think.
my God.
Psychologically.
Always. They are
Yeah.
so abusive. Like when mentally, because it's like they are boiling a frog with warm water, then they increase the temperature. You don't know
Yeah.
what's wrong.
Yeah, they drain.
Until
they can drain your energy if
they-
they're not a good. If it's not a good man, a good
Yeah.
man can rob you of
Yeah.
your life force, of your energy, of valuable time and energy that could be put into your children or into your career or anything else.
Yes,
My God,
yes.
they just rob you.
Wow.
But I was thinking about, for this show anyway, about teaching this to my children. I think this is the most important thing. And I know society says, no, you got to learn how to read and write, blah, blah, blah. Listen, we're fucking illiterate comics, this woman and I.
I don't speak English. I don't understand what you're talking about, actually.
You don't have to be the most beautiful. You don't have to be the smartest. I think so much of life is the will.
Oh,
and
yeah, the will to
mind.
survive. The mind conquers
mind.
everything. The mind is just so powerful. I'm always the shitty garbage bitch nobody wants. Like from the dumpster to the little village to Beijing and to Kentucky to LA. But I just, they look at me like, I think I'm the fucking queen. I have the queen of comedy here.
Okay.
Because I'm going to live for 300 years old. So it's going to happen
you are.
someday because I'm an Asian woman. I won't die.
They never die. Asians,
Yeah.
they don't crack
After
either.
2 centuries, I'll be like, I'm still here. My pussy killed Bruce Lee. You know, like I am the queen.
Asians they look good too. You're going to age well. You're so lucky.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I love Korean people. I
I
mean,
like
not
Korean
all of them,
people.
but like my plastic
Yeah.
surgeon, he's the best.
You have a plastic surgeon who's Korean?
Yeah, he's Korean. They
Yeah.
are the best. The
They
Korean
really
people,
are.
they have the best skin Korean girls.
They do.
Because they eat all the goddamn kimchis.
Kimchi's so good for you.
What don't kill you preserves you. I think that's
I
what
think
it
so.
is.
I think, listen, I learned how to make kalbi this summer
good for
on
stomach.
TikTok. Yeah. I learned how to cook Asian food on TikTok. I learned how to do the rice cakes.
Oh,
what's
nice.
that fucking
I would love to
dish
cook
called?
for you in your beautiful big house.
Yeah. Come
Yes.
cook for me. What are
I
you gonna
can't
make
keep a
me?
husband. I can cook. I cook everything.
I need to know how to make dumplings.
I can make
I wanna
dumplings.
make
I can make
dumplings.
from flour from the
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, we can make.
哈糕。
就是从开始和面，然后呢擀面皮。We can use like a little glass and just like a step, and then there's a little circle, so we can put the stuff in there. And
I've seen Crazy Rich Asians. I remember when they were folding the dumplings.
oh my
the whole
god,
family.
I do not like Constance Wu.
Was that the girl who plays?
Yes,
She's so phony baloney. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate.
agree.
I hate
Order
that.
filled.
Do you ever have
I know, like-
somebody go to you, try to impress you, and be like telling you look like a celebrity, but that person is not hotter than you? It is the worst. I was walking on the street. This like old friend ran into me in farmers market in Malibu. He's like, "Oh my god, you look so good. You look like Constance Wu." I just choked him. I said, "Did Lucy Liu die? Did she die? I'm gonna kill you. Go away."
You're way more beautiful.
I
than
know. I'm like, no,
Constance
I do
Wu.
not look like her. She's from fucking Virginia. I'm fresh off the boat.
You're gorgeous.
Thank you. I am fresh off the boat, and
Fresh
she's
off the boat.
She has a fake Asian accent.
I think she's faking Asian too. I agree. Wait, because where is she really from?
Virginia.
She's not even like Chinese. Like are her parents even
I
Chinese?
think they're cousins. Hopefully.
I like that guy. He's
he's hot.
cute.
He's hot.
Where's he from? Is he Singaporean?
He's half white. They want to. They don't want the full chinky. Like they don't. Like I want Bruce Lee. I mean, I want like Bobby Lee to be like to play the lead guy.
Can I
Like,
tell
play
you-
the guy. I
Order
don't want a half
filled.
white guy. I'm like, I don't need that.
I like full Chinese. I
Yeah.
had a big crush on Bruce Lee. I liked
Oh my god,
him.
he's so great.
So hot.
Yeah.
Bring up. Well, we got to wrap.
Bruce
But
Lee.
bring up Bruce Lee. Look at the bod on this guy. That's what my ex looked like. Bruce Lee.
Oh,
He's
damn.
so cute.
Bruce Lee's so
Great
cute.
cheekbones. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah,
that could have been my baby daddy right
that's
there,
hot.
homie.
That's
Yeah,
hot.
there he is. There's my ex from
Oh,
from
Bruce Lee's hot.
college. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda had cute half Asian babies, but I got my kids. I'm happy. I got
Your
my
kids are so beautiful.
Thank you so much. And I have my my husband. He's great too.
You guys are such a power couple.
Very power.
You,
I
you
can't
guys
wait
are so powerful, and I can
Yeah.
see how big his heart is. Is that to let his lady shine and just this powerhouse? Not all of like he's one. You guys are the biggest comedians, and not big male comedian can handle that.
No,
you have to be
their
have a big
egos.
heart.
Yeah, he doesn't
He's
have
like
an
he's like
ego.
Obama and Michelle. He want her to shine,
Oh my
and
God, he's
he
just
wants you
like-
to shine.
He's just like Barack Obama.
Yeah, he just wants you to shine.
And I'm like Michelle because I have a dick.
I know,
It's
I
a
can see it.
hidden cock.
I'm a lady boy from Thailand. Like I'm talking well, but like I can feel like we both have dicks.
Listen, I got it.
Definitely.
I love you so much.
We
but
both
I
have dicks.
forgot
I'm
to
pretty
go.
sure.
You're a lady boy from Thailand.
Why do those bitches look so good? I'm fucking
Because
so
like they
jealous.
start taking hormones. Like I'm telling you, like because all the Asian men they are just naturally taller than women. They have long legs. They have
Yeah.
legs. Like, they have giraffe pussy legs. And
Yeah.
when they tuck their dick, they are they basically they are Asian women with like Kendall Jenner legs. So
Yeah.
you're like exotic. Yes, it's
so beautiful.
so beautiful. They look so good.
Anyway, your mom's crazy. I think you're perfect, and I'm just so impressed, and I can't wait. I just can't wait to see what happens in your career. I think you're gonna rule the world. It's total domination. Everybody, check her out, Zhao Ying Summers. Find her on TikTok, or you're on the gram, obviously
Yes.
too, yeah. And then see her headline the Apollo, and she's going to be at Jimmy Kimmel Comedy Club in Las Vegas in November, and then is it Laughs plural, right? In
Laugh
Boston.
Laugh
Boston.
Boston.
All right. I love you so much.
I
Please
love
come back
you.
and do
I
the
would
show
have loved
again.
you.
Please
I
do.
would have loved you.
You're fantastic.
You are amazing. Thank
I
you
love
so
you.
much.
All right,
Let's see each other's dicks.
I was
in
just
the
gonna
locker
say
room.
that. I was just gonna say
You're my sister.
Until next time,
Oh my
stay
God.
cool, moms. Bye. Hi, mommy. Thank you for watching that episode. Did you like what you see? I hope you did. So why don't you subscribe? Just click the subscribe button and hit the notification bell so you can get notified. And also,
Order filled. Order filled.